Today's live stream is being brought to you by Clari-T Media. Support the San Francisco Dreamkeeper Initiative, recognizing and investing in the diverse Black and African American communities of San Francisco with a wide range of programs to support youth, families, seniors, and members of the Black LGBTQ+ communities. Dreamkeeper San Francisco is fostering hope for generations of Black people to feel free to dream boldly. Visit dreamkeepersf.org today.
Do you ever wonder if there's something you can do to make this world a sacred space and live in truth? If you watch the birds, if you watch the bees, when you feel the sun, well, when you feel the breeze, you'll see they know what they're doing. You'll see, oh, what about you? What about you? What about you? What about you? Can you feel what you're doing? Can you feel what you're giving? Step completely for your love. With dignity, fight for love. Step completely for your love. With dignity, fight for love. Step completely for your love. With dignity, fight for love. Step completely for your love. Warriors with dignity, fight for love. Now I know time can get real hard. Willing to stand apart from the mess that we have made. Up to you, God, will you create? When you can't defend, take the time to pray. Then you will understand. You gotta completely for the new warrior of love. Walk with dignity, fight for love. Step completely for the warrior of love. Walk with dignity, fight for love. Step completely for the warrior of love. Walk with dignity, fight for love. I don't know where to go. I feel so alone. I don't know how lost when all I see is hate. I don't know where to go. I feel so alone. Anyway, I don't know how lost when all I see is hate. I don't know where to go. I feel so alone. Anyway, I don't know how lost when all I see is hate. Anyway, I don't know where to go. I feel so sunshine. You got me in my feelings. You got me in my feelings. Sunshine. Sunshine. My one true love.
Today's live stream is being brought to you by Clari-T Media. Support the San Francisco Dreamkeeper Initiative, recognizing and investing in the diverse Black and African American communities of San Francisco with a wide range of programs to support youth, families, seniors, and members of the Black LGBTQ+ communities. Dreamkeeper San Francisco is fostering hope for generations of Black people to feel free to dream boldly. Visit dreamkeepersf.org today.
But to just about every Black woman writer I know in America, in the UK, all around the globe, she's just a peerless example of somebody who is a consummate artist, but also someone who really stands on this moral rock of righteousness. The Bluest Sky is a book that was shocking to me and a revelation. Um, it it told in very direct terms about intimate abuse of children, about racism, about segregation, about flawed Black people. There are no heroes in the book. Everyone has a particular flaw, but somehow she renders this in the most particular, gorgeous language. And I couldn't have written my own novel without Toni Morrison's The Bluest Eye. One of the things that I'm always struck by whenever I read Toni Morrison's, not only her fiction, but her critical prose, is the lyricism of the language. And you know, I always smile because when she was with us physically, I never think of her as being gone. I just think of her as being someplace else. She would say, I'm not a poet, but as a poet, when I'm reading her work, I automatically think a poet is writing this. And so when I was reading this section, I read it the way that I read poetry. I didn't rush through it. I took moments to sort of savor the words on my lips and on my tongue, and simultaneously I was thinking, you know, about how to render the words, and then, oh my God, look at this beauty on the page. It's just glorious.
When all I see is gray, I don't know where to go. I feel so alone. I don't know how lost. When all I see is gray, I don't know where to go. I feel so alone. Anyway, I don't know how lost. When all I see is gray, I don't know where to go. I feel so alone. Anyway, I don't know how lost. When all I see is hate, anywhere, where to go, I feel so alone. Leaving, warrior of love, walk with dignity, fight for love, step along the feeling, warrior of love, with dignity, fight for love, yeah. Warrior of love, she's calling you, she's calling you. Fight for love.
My name is Angela Davis. I first met Toni Morrison in 1972. She edited my autobiography. And in the course of that initial relationship of author to editor, I became aware that she was also a writer. And of course, now we understand that her literature has literally transformed the lives of people all over the world, and certainly um, has had an impact on the way Black people are perceived throughout the world. The Bluest Eye was the very first work of Toni Morrison's that I had the opportunity to read. And it is a great honor to participate in this process of forging a collective engagement with Toni Morrison's work. Thank you.
Good evening, and welcome to the second half of our public reading of The Bluest Eye. I'm Kimberly Williams Crenshaw. Over the next 3 hours, we'll be joined by another extraordinary group of Black women writers who will bring Toni Morrison's iconic story to life in a unique and powerful way. This coming together of so many Black female creators in tribute to the great Toni Morrison is a legacy of creativity and courage in telling stories about our community uncompromisingly, capturing painful pasts and promising futures, mutual suffering and collective resistance, self hatred, and self love. Tonight's program is made possible by Literacy Partners, an adult literacy program where African American and immigrant parents go to transform their lives through literacy education. I couldn't think of a more important mission for us to celebrate tonight. We begin with a reading from Honoré Fanon Jeffers.
The first twigs are thin, green, and supple. They bend into a complete circle but will not break. Their delicate, showy hopefulness shooting from forsythia and lilac bushes meant only a change in whipping style. They beat us differently in the spring. Instead of the dull pain of a winter strap, there were these new green switches that lost their sting long after the whipping was over. There was a nervous meanness in these long twigs that made us long for the steady stroke of a strap or the firm but honest slap of a hairbrush. Even now, spring for me is shot through with the remembered ache of switchings, and forsythia holds no cheer. Sunk in the grass of an empty lot on a spring Saturday, I split the stems of milkweed and thought about ants and peach pits and death and where the world went when I closed my eyes. I must have lain long in the grass, for the shadow that was in front of me when I left the house had disappeared when I went back. I entered the house as the house was bursting with an uneasy quiet. Then I heard my mother singing something about trains in Arkansas. She came in the back door with some folded yellow curtains, which she piled on the kitchen table. I sat down on the floor to listen to the song's story and noticed how strangely she was behaving. She still had her hat on, and her shoes were dusty, as though she had been walking in deep dirt. She put on some water to boil and then swept the porch. Then she hauled out the curtain stretcher, but instead of putting the damp curtains on it, she swept the porch again, all the time singing about trains and Arkansas. When she finished, I went to look for Frida. I found her upstairs lying on our bed, crying the tired whimpering cry that follows the first wailings, mostly gasps and shudderings. I lay on the bed and looked at the tiny bunches of wild roses sprinkled over her dress. Many washings had faded their color and dimmed their outlines. What happened, Frida? She lifted a swollen face from the crook of her arm. Shuddering still, she sat up, letting her thin legs dangle over the bedside. I knelt on the bed and picked up the hem of my dress to wipe her running nose. She never liked wiping noses on clothes, but this time she let me. It was the way Mama did with her apron. Did you get a whipping? She shook her head no. Then why you crying? Because. Because what? Mr. Henry. What'd he do? Daddy beat him up. What for? The Maginot Line? Did he find out about the Maginot Line? No. Well, what then? Come on, Frida. How come I can't know? He picked at me. Picked at you? You mean like Soaphead at church? Sort of. He showed his privates at you? No. He touched me. Where? Here and here. She pointed to the tiny breasts that, like two fallen acorns, scattered a few faded rose leaves on her dress. Really? How did it feel? Oh, Claudia. She sounded put out. I wasn't asking the right questions. It didn't feel like anything. But wasn't it supposed to feel good, I mean? Frida sucked her teeth. What'd he do? Just walk up and pinch them? She sighed. First, he said how pretty I was. Then he grabbed my arm and touched me. Where was Mama and Daddy? Over at the garden weeding. What'd you say when he did it? Nothing. I just ran out the kitchen and went to the garden. Mama said we was never to cross the tracks by ourselves. Well, what would you do? Sit there and let him pinch you? I looked at my chest. I don't have nothing to pinch. I'm never going to have nothing. Oh, Claudia, you're jealous of everything. You want him to? No, I just get tired of having everything last. You do not. What about scarlet fever? You had that first. Yes, but it didn't last. Anyway, what happened at the garden? I told Mama, and she told Daddy, and we all come home, and he was gone. So we waited for him. And when Daddy saw him come up on the porch, he threw our old tricycle at his head and knocked him off the porch. Did he die? No. He got up and started singing, Nearer My God to Thee. Then Mama hit him with a broom and told him to keep the Lord's name out of his mouth, but he wouldn't stop. And Daddy was cussing and everybody was screaming. Oh, shoot, I always miss stuff. And Mr. Buford came running out with his gun, and Mama told him to go somewhere and sit down. And Daddy said, no, give him the gun. And Mr. Buford did, and Mama screamed, and Mr. Henry shut up and started running. And Daddy shot at him, and Mr. Henry jumped out of his shoes and kept on running in his socks. Then Rosemary came and saw that Daddy was going to jail, and I hit her real hard, real hard. Is that when Mama whipped you? She didn't whip me. I told you. Then why you crying? Miss DeUnion came in after everybody was quiet. And Mama and Daddy was fussing about who let Mr. Henry in anyway. And she said that Mama should take me to the doctor because I might be ruined. And Mama started screaming all over again. At you? No, at Miss DeUnion. But why were you crying? I don't want to be ruined. What's ruined? You know, like the Maginot line. She's ruined. Mama said so. The tears came back. An image of Frida, big and fat, came to mind. Her thin legs swollen, her face surrounded by layers of rouged skin. I too began to feel tears. But Frida, you could exercise and not eat. She shrugged. Besides, what about China and Poland? They're ruined too, aren't they? And they ain't fat. That's because they drink whiskey. Mama says whiskey ate them up. You could drink whiskey. Where would I get whiskey? We thought about this. Nobody would sell it to us. We had no money anyway. There was never any in our house. Who would have some? Piccola, I said. Her father's always drunk. She can get us some. You think so? Sure. Charlie's always drunk. Let's go ask her. We don't have to tell her what for. Now? Sure, now. What do we tell Mama? Nothing. Let's just go out the back, one at a time, so she won't notice. Okay, you go first, Claudia. We opened the fence gate at the bottom of the backyard and ran down the alley. Piccola lived on the other side of Broadway. We had never been in her house, but we knew where it was. A 2-story gray building that had been a store downstairs and had an apartment upstairs. Nobody answered our knock on the front door, so we walked around to the side door. As we approached, we heard radio music and looked to see where it came from. Above us was the 2nd-story porch, lined with slanting, rotting rails, and sitting on the porch was the Maginot Line herself. We stared up and automatically reached for the other's hand. A mountain of flesh, she lay rather than sat in a rocking chair. She had no shoes on, and each foot was poked between a railing. Tiny baby toes at the tip of puffy feet. Swollen ankles smoothed and tightened the skin. Massive legs like tree stumps parted wide at the knees, over which spread 2 rows of soft, flabby inner thigh that kissed each other deep in the shade of her dress and closed. A dark brown root beer bottle, like a burned limb, grew out of her dimpled hand. She looked at us down through the porch railings and emitted a low, long belch. Her eyes were as clean as rain, and again I remembered the waterfall. Neither of us could speak. Both of us imagined we were seeing what was to become of Frida. The Maginot Line smiled at us. You all looking for somebody? I had to pull my tongue from the roof of my mouth to say, Piccola, She live here? Uh-huh. But she ain't here now. She gone to her mama's workplace to get the wash. Yes, ma'am. She coming back? Uh-huh. She got to hang up the clothes before the sun goes down. Oh, you can wait for her. Wanna come up here and wait? We exchanged glances. I looked back up at the broad cinnamon roads that met in the shadow of her dress. Frida said, "No, ma'am." Well, the Maginot Line seemed interested in our problem. You can go to a mama's workplace, but it's way over by the lake. Where by the lake? That big white house with the wheelbarrow full of flowers. It was a house that we knew, having admired the large white wheelbarrow tilted down on spoked wheels and planted with seasonal flowers. Ain't that too far for you all to go walking? Frida scratched her knee. Why don't you wait for her? You can come up here. Want some pop? Those rain-soaked eyes lit up, and her smile was full, not like the pinched and holding back smile of other grown-ups. I moved to go up the stairs, but Frida said, "No, ma'am, we ain't allowed." I was amazed at her courage and frightened of her sassiness. The smile of the Maginot Line slipped. Ain't loud. No, ain't loud to what? Go in your house? Is that right? The waterfalls were still. How come? My mama said so. My mama said you ruined. The waterfalls began to run again. She put the root beer bottle to her lips and drank it empty with a graceful movement of the wrist, a gesture so quick and small we never really saw it, only remembered it afterward. She tossed the bottle over the rail at us. It split at our feet, and shards of brown glass dappled our legs before we could jump back. The Maginot Line put a fat hand on one of the folds of her stomach and laughed. First, just a deep humming with her mouth closed, then a larger, warmer sound. Laughter at once beautiful and frightening. She let her head tilt sideways, closed her eyes, and shook her massive trunk, letting the laughter fall like a wash of red leaves all around us. Scraps and curls of the laughter followed us as we ran. Our breath gave out at the same time our legs did. After we rested against a tree, our heads on crossed forearms, I said, "Let's go home." Frida was still angry, fighting, she believed, for her life. "No, we got to get it now." "We can't go all the way to the lake." "Yes, we can. Come on. Mama gonna get us." "No, she ain't. Besides, she can't do nothing but whip us." That was true. She wouldn't kill us or laugh a terrible laugh at us or throw a bottle at us. We walked down tree-lined streets of soft gray houses leaning like tired ladies. The streets changed. Houses looked more sturdy. Their paint was newer, porch posts straighter, yards deeper. Then came brick houses set well back from the street, fronted by yards edged in shrubbery, clipped into smooth cones and balls of velvet green. The lakefront houses were the loveliest. Garden furniture, ornaments, windows like shiny eyeglasses, and no sign of life. The backyards of these houses fell away in green slopes down to a strip of sand, and then the blue Lake Erie, lapping all the way to Canada. The orange patch sky of the steel mill section never reached this part of town. This sky was always blue. We reached Lakeshore Park, a city park laid out with rosebuds, fountains, bowling greens, picnic tables. It was empty now, but sweetly expectant of clean, white, well behaved children and parents who would play there above the lake in summer before half running, half stumbling down the slope to the welcoming water. Black people were not allowed in the park, and so it filled our dreams. Right before the entrance to the park was the large white house with the wheelbarrow full of flowers. Short crocus blades sheathed the purple and white hearts that so wished to be first they endured the chill and rain of early spring. The walkway was flagged in calculated disorder, hiding the cunning symmetry. Only fear of discovery and the knowledge that we did not belong kept us from loitering. We circled the proud house and went to the back. There on the tiny railed stoop sat Piccola in a light red sweater and a blue cotton dress. A little wagon was parked near her. She seemed glad to see us. Hi. Hi. What y'all doing here? She was smiling, and since it was a rare thing to see on her, I was surprised at the pleasure it gave me. We're looking for you. Who told you I was here? The Maginot Line. Who is that? That big fat lady? She lives over you. Oh, you mean Miss Marie. Her name is Miss Marie. Well, everybody calls her Miss Maginot Line. Ain't you scared? Scared of what? The Maginot Line. Piccola looked genuinely puzzled. What for? Your mama let you go in her house and eat out of her plates. She don't know I go. Miss Marie is nice. They all nice. Oh, yeah, I said. She tried to kill us. Who? Miss Marie? She don't bother nobody. Then how come your mama don't let you go in her house if she's so nice? I don't know. She says she's bad, but they ain't bad. They give me stuff all the time. What stuff? Oh, lots of stuff. Pretty dresses and shoes. I got more shoes than I ever wear, and jewelry and candy and money. They take me to the movies, and once we went to the carnival. China gonna take me to Cleveland to see the square, and Poland gonna take me to Chicago to see the loop. We going everywhere together. You lying. You don't have no pretty dresses. I do too. Oh, come on, Piccola. What you telling us all that junk for? Frida asked. It ain't junk. Piccola stood up, ready to defend her words when the door opened. Mrs. Breedlove stuck her head out the door and said, What's going on out here? Piccola, who are these children? That's Frida and Claudia. Mrs. Breedlove, whose girls are you? She came all the way out on the stoop. She looked nicer than I had ever seen her in her white uniform and her hair in a small pompadour. Mrs. McTeer's girls, ma'am. Oh, yes, live over on 21st Street? Yes, ma'am. What are you doing way over here? Just walking. We came to see Piccola. Well, you better get on back. You can walk with Piccola. Come on in while I get to wash. We stepped into the kitchen, a large, spacious room. Mrs. Breedlove's skin glowed like taffeta in the reflection of white porcelain, white woodwork, polished cabinets, and brilliant copperware. Odors of meat, vegetables, and something freshly baked mixed with a scent of Fales naphtha. I'm going to get the wash. You all stand stock still right there and don't mess up nothing. She disappeared behind a white swinging door, and we could hear the uneven flap of her footsteps as she descended into the basement. Another door opened, and in walked a little girl, smaller and younger than all of us. She wore a pink sun-backed dress and pink fluffy bedroom slippers with two bunny ears pointed up from the tips. Her hair was corn yellow and bound in a thick ribbon. When she saw us, fear danced around her face for a second. She looked anxiously around the kitchen. "Where's Polly?" she asked. The familiar violence rose in me. Her calling Mrs. Breedlove Polly, when even Piccola called her mother Mrs. Breedlove, seemed reason enough to scratch her. "She's downstairs," I said. "Polly!" she called. "Look," Frida whispered. "Look at that." On the counter near the stove in a silvery pan was a deep dish berry cobbler, the purple juice bursting here and there through crust. We moved closer. "It's still hot," Frida said. Piccola stretched her hand to touch the pan lightly to see if it was hot. "Polly, come here," the little girl called again. It may have been nervousness, awkwardness, but the pan tilted under Piccola's fingers and fell to the floor, spattering blackish blueberries everywhere. Most of the juice splashed on Piccola's legs, and the burns must have been painful, for she cried out and began hopping about just as Mrs. Breedlove entered with a tightly packed laundry bag. In one gallop, she was on Piccola, and with the back of her hand knocked her to the floor. Piccola slid in the pie juice, one leg folding under her. Mrs. Breedlove yanked her up by the arm, slapped her again, and in a voice thin with anger, abused Piccola directly, and Frida and me by implication. "Crazy fool! My floor! Mess! Look what you work! Get on now! Now that crazy! My floor! My floor! My floor!" Her words were hotter and darker than the smoking berries, and we backed away in dread. The little girl in pink started to cry. Mrs. Breedlove turned to her. "Hush, baby, hush. Come here. Oh, Lord, look at your dress. Don't cry no more. Polly will change it." She went to the sink and turned tap water on a fresh towel. Over her shoulder, she spit out words to us like rotten pieces of apple. "Pick up that wash and get on out of here so I can get this mess cleaned up." Piccola picked up the laundry bag, heavy with wet clothes, and we stepped hurriedly out the door. As Piccola put the laundry bag in the wagon, we could hear Mrs. Breedlove hushing and soothing the tears of the little pink and yellow girl. "Who were they, Polly?" "Don't worry none, babe." "You gonna make another pie?" "Course I will." "Who were they, Polly?" "Hush, don't worry none," she whispered, and the honey in her words complemented the sundown spilling on the lake.
The easiest thing to do would be to build a case out of her foot. That is what she herself did. But to find out the truth about how dreams die, one should never take the word of the dreamer. The end of her lovely beginning was probably the cavity in one of her front teeth. She preferred, however, to think always of her foot, although she was the ninth of 11 children and lived on a ridge of red Alabama clay 7 miles from the nearest road. The complete indifference with which a rusty nail was met when it punched clear through her foot during her second year of life saved Pauline Williams from total anonymity. The wound left her with a crooked, archless foot that flopped when she walked, not a limp that would have eventually twisted her spine, but a way of lifting the bad foot as though she were extracting it from little whirlpools that threatened to pull it under. Slight as it was, this deformity explained for her many things that would have been otherwise incomprehensible. Why she alone of all the children had no nickname, why there were no funny jokes and anecdotes about funny things she had done, why no one ever remarked on her food preferences, no saving of the wing or neck for her, no cooking of the peas in a separate pot without rice because she did not like rice, why nobody teased her, why she never felt at home anywhere or that she belonged any place. Her general feeling of separateness and unworthiness she blamed on her foot. Restricted as a child to this cocoon of her family's spinning, she cultivated quiet and private pleasures. She liked, most of all, to arrange things, to line things up in rows, jars on shelves at canning, peach pits on the step, sticks, stones, leaves, and the members of her family let these arrangements be. When by some accident somebody scattered her rows, they always stopped to retrieve them for her, and she was never angry, for it gave her a chance to rearrange them again. Whatever portable plurality she found, she organized into neat lines, according to their size, shape, or gradations of color. Just as she would never align a pine needle with the leaf of a cottonwood tree, she would never put the jars of tomatoes next to the green beans. During all of her 4 years of going to school, she was enchanted by numbers and depressed by words. She missed, without knowing what she missed, paints and crayons. Near the beginning of World War I, the Williamses discovered, from returning neighbors and kin, the possibility of living better in another place. In shifts, lots, batches, mixed in with other families, they migrated in 6 months and 4 journeys to Kentucky, where there were mines and mill work. When all of us left from down home and was waiting down by the depot for the truck, it was nighttime. June bugs were shooting everywhere. They lighted up a tree leaf and I seen a streak of green every now and again. That was the last time I seen real June bugs. These things up here ain't June bugs. They something else. Folks here call them fireflies. Down home they was different. But I recollect that streak of green. I recollect it well. In Kentucky, they lived in a real town, 10 to 15 houses on a single street, with water piped right into the kitchen. Ada and Fowler Williams found a 5-room frame house for their family. The yard was bounded by a once white fence against which Pauline's mother planted flowers, and within which they kept a few chickens. Some of her brothers joined the army. One sister died, and 2 got married, increasing the living space and giving the entire Kentucky venture a feel of luxury. The relocation was especially comfortable to Pauline, who was old enough to leave school. Mrs. Williams got a job cleaning and cooking for a white minister on the other side of town, and Pauline, now the oldest girl at home, took over the care of the house. She kept the fence in repair, pulling the pointed stakes erect, securing them with bits of wire, collected eggs, swept, cooked, washed, and minded the 2 younger children, a pair of twins called Chicken and Pie, who were still in school. She was not only good at housekeeping, she enjoyed it. After her parents left for work and the other children were at school or in mines, the house was quiet. The stillness and isolation both calmed and energized her. She could arrange and clean without interruption until 2 o'clock, when Chicken and Pie came home. When the war ended and the twins were 10 years old, they too left school to work. Pauline was 15, still keeping house, but with less enthusiasm. Fantasies about men and love and touching were drawing her mind and hands away from her work. Changes in weather began to affect her, as did certain sights and sounds. These feelings translated themselves to her in extreme melancholy. She thought of the death of newborn things, lonely roads, and strangers who appear out of nowhere simply to hold one's hand, woods in which the sun was always setting. In church, especially, did these dreams grow. The songs caressed her, and while she tried to hold her mind on the wages of sin, her body trembled for redemption, salvation, a mysterious rebirth that would simply happen with no effort on her part. In none of her fantasies was she ever aggressive. She was usually idling by the riverbank or gathering berries in a field when a someone appeared with gentle and penetrating eyes who, with no exchange of words, understood, and before whose glance her foot straightened and her eyes dropped. The someone had no face, no form, no voice, no odor. He was a simple presence, an all-embracing tenderness with strength and a promise of rest. It did not matter that she had no idea of what to do or say to the presence. After the wordless knowing and the soundless touching, her dreams disintegrated. But the presence would know what to do. She had only to lay her head on his chest, and he would lead her away to the sea, to the city, to the woods, forever. There was a woman named Ivy who seemed to hold in her mouth all of the sounds of Pauline's soul. Standing a little apart from the choir, Ivy sang the dark sweetness that Pauline could not name. She sang the death-defying death that Pauline yearned for. She sang of the stranger who knew. Precious Lord, take my hand, lead me on, let me stand. I am tired, I am weak, I am worn. Through the storms, through the night, lead me on to the light. Take my hand, precious Lord, lead me on. When my way grows drear, precious Lord, linger near. When my life is almost gone, hear my cry, hear my call, hold my hand, lest I fall. Take my hand, precious Lord, lead me on. Thus it was that when the stranger, the someone, did appear out of nowhere, Pauline was grateful, but not surprised. He came, strutting right out of a Kentucky sun on the hottest day of the year. He came big, he came strong, he came with yellow eyes, flaring nostrils, and he came with his own music. Pauline was leaning idly on the fence, her arms resting on the cross rail between the pickets. She had just put down some biscuit dough and was cleaning the flour from under her nails. Behind her at some distance she heard whistling, one of those rapid high-note riffs that black boys make up as they go while sweeping, shoveling, or just walking along. A kind of city street music where laughter belies anxiety and joy is as short and straight as the blade of a pocket knife. She listened carefully to the music and let it pull her lips into a smile. The whistling got louder, and still she did not turn around, for she wanted it to last. While smiling to herself and holding fast to the breaking somber thought, she felt something tickling her foot. She laughed aloud and turned to see. The whistler was bending down, tickling her broken foot and kissing her leg. She could not stop her laughter, not until he looked up at her and she saw the Kentucky sun drenching the yellow, heavy-lidded eyes of Charlie Breed Love. When I first see Charlie, I want you to know it was like all the bits of color from that time down home when all his children went berry picking after a funeral, and I put some in the pocket of my Sunday dress, and they mashed up and stained my hips. My whole dress was messed with purple, and it never did wash out. Not the dress nor me. I could feel that purple deep inside me. And that lemonade Mama used to make when Pap came in out the fields. It'd be cool and yellowish, with seeds floating near the bottom. And that streak of green them June bugs made on the trees that night we left from down home. All of them colors was in me, just sitting there. So when Charlie come up and tickled my foot, it was like them berries, that lemonade, them streaks of green the June bugs made all come together. Charlie was thin then, with real light eyes. He used to whistle, and when I heard him, shivers come on my skin. Pauline and Charlie loved each other. He seemed to relish her company and even to enjoy her country ways and lack of knowledge about city things. He talked with her about her foot and asked, when they walked through the town or in the fields, if she were tired. Instead of ignoring her infirmity, pretending it was not there, he made it seem like something special and endearing. For the first time, Pauline felt that her bad foot was an asset. And he did touch her, firmly but gently, just as she had dreamed, but minus the gloom of setting suns and lonely river banks. She was secure and grateful. He was kind and lively. She had not known there was so much laughter in the world. They agreed to marry and go way up north, where Charlie said steel mills were begging for workers. Young, loving, and full of energy, they came to Lorain, Ohio. Charlie found work in the steel mills right away, and Pauline started keeping house. And then she lost her front tooth. But there must have been a brown speck easily mistaken for food, but which did not leave, which sat on the enamel for months and grew until it cut into the surface and then to the brown putty underneath, finally eating away to the root, but avoiding the nerve so its presence was not noticeable or uncomfortable. Then the weakened roots, having grown accustomed to the poison, responded one day to severe pressure, and the tooth fell free, leaving a ragged stump behind. But even before the little brown speck, there must have been the conditions, the setting that would allow it to exist in the first place. He met who sat on the edge of the which boasted an affinity with Oberlin, the underground railroad station just 13 miles away. This melting pot on the lip of America, facing the cold but receptive Canada. What could go wrong? Me and Charlie was getting along good then. We come up north, supposed to be more jobs and all. We moved into 2 rooms up over a furniture store, and I set about housekeeping. Charlie was working at the steel plant and everything was looking good. I don't know what all happened. Everything changed. It was hard to get to know folks up here, and I missed my people. Weren't used to so much white folks. The ones I see before was something hateful, but they didn't come around too much. I mean, we didn't have too much truck with them, just now and then in the fields or at the commissary. But they weren't all over us. Up north, they was everywhere. Next door, downstairs, all over the streets, and colored folks few and far between. Northern colored folk was different too. Dictated like, no better than whites for meanness. They could make you feel just as no count, except I didn't expect it from them. That was the lonesomest time of my life. I remember looking out them front windows, just waiting for Charlie to come home at 3 o'clock. I didn't even have a cat to talk to. In her loneliness, she turned to her husband for reassurance, entertainment, for things to fill the vacant places. Housework was not enough. There were only 2 rooms and no yard to keep her move about in. The women in the town wore high-heeled shoes, and when Pauline tried to wear them, they aggravated her shuffle into a pronounced limp. Charlie was kindness still, but began to resist her total dependence on him. They were beginning to have less and less to say to each other. He had no problem finding other people and other things to occupy him. Men were always climbing the stairs asking for him, and he was happy to accompany them, leaving her alone. Pauline felt uncomfortable with the few black women she met. They were amused by her because she did not straighten her hair. When she tried to make up her face as they did, it came off rather badly. Their golden glances and private snickers at her way of talking, saying, cheering, and dressing developed in her a desire for new clothes. When Charlie began to quarrel about the money she wanted, she decided to go to work. Taking jobs as a day worker helped with the clothes and even a few things for the apartment, but it did not help with Charlie. He was not pleased with her purchases and began to tell her so. Their marriage was shredded with quarrels. She was still no more than a girl, and still waiting for that plateau of happiness, that hand of a precious Lord who, when her way grew drear, would always linger near. Only now she had a clearer idea of what drear meant. Money became the focus of all their discussions, hers for clothes, his for drink. The sad thing was that Pauline did not really care for clothes and makeup. She merely wanted other women to cast favorable glances her way. After several months of doing day work, she took a steady job in the home of a family of slender means and nervous, pretentious ways. Charlie commenced to get meaner and meaner and wanted to fight me all the time. I give him as good as I got. Had to. Looked like working for that woman and fighting Charlie was all I did. Tiresome. But I hold on to my jobs, even though working for that woman was more than a notion. Wasn't so much her meanness as just simple-minded. Her whole family was. Couldn't get along with one another, worth nothing. You'd think with a pretty house like that and all the money they could hold on to, they would enjoy one another. She'd haul off and cry over the leastest thing. If one of her friends cut her short on the telephone, she'd go to crying. She should have been glad she had a telephone. I ain't got one yet. I recollect once that how her baby brother, who she put through dentistry school, didn't invite them to some big party he throwed. They was a big to-do about that. Everybody stayed on the telephone for days, fussing and carrying on. She asked, Pauline, what would you do if your own brother had a party and didn't invite you? I said if and I really wanted to go to that party, I reckon I'd go anyhow. Never mind what he want. She just sucked her teeth a little and made out like what I said was dumb. All the while I was thinking how dumb she was. Whoever told her that her brother was her friend? Folks can't like folks just 'cause they has the same mama. I tried to like that woman myself. She was good about giving me stuff, but I just couldn't like her. Soon as I worked up a good feeling on her account, she'd do something ignorant and start into telling me how to clean and do. If I left her on her own, she'd drown in dirt. I didn't have to pick up after chicken and pie the way I had to pick up after them. None of them knew so much as how to wipe their behinds. I know 'cause I did the washing and couldn't pee proper to save their lives. Her husband ain't hit the bowl yet. Nasty white folks is about the nastiest things they is. But I would have stayed on, excepting for Charlie come over by where I was working and cutting up so. He come there drunk, wanting some money. When that white woman seed him, she turned red. She tried to act strong like, but she was scared bad. Anyway, she told Charlie to get out or she would call the police. He cussed her and started pulling on me. I would have gone upside his head, but I don't want no dealings with the police. So I taken my things and left. I tried to get back, but she didn't want me no more if I was going to stay with Charlie. She said she would let me stay if I left, and I thought about that. But later on, it didn't seem none too bright for a black woman to leave a black man for a white woman. She didn't never give me the $11 she owed me neither. It hurt bad. The gas man had cut the gas off, and I couldn't cook none. I really begged that woman for my money. I went to see her. She was mad as a wet hen, kept on telling me I owed her for uniforms and some old broken down bed she give me. I didn't know if I owed her or not, but I needed my money. She wouldn't let up none neither, even when I give her my word that Charlie wouldn't come back there no more. Then I got so desperate I asked her if she would loan it to me. She was quiet for a spell, and then she told me I shouldn't let a man take advantage of me, that I should have more respect, and it was my husband's duty to pay the bills, and if he couldn't, I should leave and get alimony. All such simple stuff. What was he gonna give me alimony on? I seen she didn't understand that all I needed from her was my $11 to pay the gas man so I could cook. She couldn't get that one thing through her thick head. Are you gonna leave him, Pauline? She kept on saying. I thought she'd give me my money if I said I would, so I said, yes, ma'am. All right, she said, you leave him and then come back to work and we'll let bygones be bygones. Can I have my money today? I said. No, she said, only when you leave him. I'm only thinking of you and your future. What good is he, Pauline? What good is he to you? How you gonna answer a woman like that who don't know what good a man is and say out of one side of her mouth she's thinking of your future but won't give you your own money so you can buy you something besides bologna to eat? So I said, no good, ma'am. He ain't no good to me. But just the same, I think I'd best stay on. She got up and I left. When I got outside, I felt pains in my crotch. I'd held my legs together so tight trying to make that woman understand. But I reckon now she couldn't understand. She married a man with a slash in his face instead of a mouth. So how could she understand? One winter, Pauline discovered she was pregnant. When she told Charlie, he surprised her by being pleased. He began to drink less and come home more often. They eased back into a relationship more like the early days of their marriage, when he asked if she were tired or wanted him to bring her something from the store. In this state of ease, Pauline stopped doing day work and returned to her own housekeeping. But the loneliness in those 2 rooms had not gone away. When the winter sun hit the peeling green paint of the kitchen chairs, when the smoked hocks were boiling in the pot, when all she could hear was the truck delivering furniture downstairs. She thought about back home, about how she had been all alone most of the time then too, but that this lonesomeness was different. Then she stopped staring at the green chairs at the delivery truck. She went to the movies instead. There in the dark, her memory was refreshed, and she succumbed to her earlier dreams. Along with the idea of romantic love, she was introduced to another: physical beauty, probably the most destructive ideas in the history of human thought. Both originated in envy, thrived in insecurity, and ended in disillusion. In equating physical beauty with virtue, she stripped her mind, bound it, and collected self contempt by the heap. She forgot lust and simple caring for. She regarded love as possessive mating and romance as the goal of the spirit. It would be for her a wellspring from which she could draw the most destructive emotions, deceiving the lover and seeking to imprison the beloved, curtailing freedom in every way. She was never able, after her education in the movies, to look at a face and not assign it some category in the scale of absolute beauty. And the scale was one she absorbed in full from the silver screen. There at last were the darkened woods, the lonely roads, the river banks, the gentle, knowing eyes. There the flawed became whole, the blind sighted, and the lame and halt threw away their crutches. There death was dead, and people made every gesture in a cloud of music. There the black and white images came together, making a magnificent whole, all projected through the ray of light from above and behind. It was really a simple pleasure, but she learned all there was to love and all there was to hate. The onlyest time I'd be happy seemed like was when I was in the picture show. Every time I went. I'd go early before the show started. They'd cut off the lights and everything be black. Then the screen would light up and I'd move right on in them pictures. White men taking such good care of their women. And they all dressed up in big clean houses with the bathtubs right in the same room with the toilet. Them pictures gave me a lot of pleasure, but it made coming home hard and looking at Charlie hard. I don't know. I remember one time I went to see Clark Gable and Jean Harlow. Fixed my hair up like I'd seen hers on a magazine. A part on the side with one little curl on my forehead. Looked just like her. Well, almost just like. Anyway, I sat in that show with my hair done up that way and had a good time. I thought I'd see it through to the end again, and I got up to get me some candy. I was sitting back in my seat, and I'd taken a big bite of that candy, and it pulled a tooth right out of my mouth. I could have cried. I had good teeth, not a rotten one in my head. I don't believe I ever did get over that. There I was, 5 months pregnant, trying to look like Jean Harlow and a front tooth gone. Everything went then. Looked like I just didn't care no more after that. I let my hair go back, plaited it up, and settled down to just being ugly. I still went to the pictures though, but the meanness got worse. I wanted my tooth back. Charlie poked fun at me and we started fighting again. I tried to kill him. He didn't hit me too hard because I was pregnant, I guess, but the fights, once they got started up again, kept up. He began to make me madder than anything I knowed, and I couldn't keep my hands off him. Well, I had that baby, a boy, and after that got pregnant again with another one. But it wasn't like I thought it was going to be. I loved him and all, I guess, but maybe it was having no money, or maybe it was Charlie, but they sure wore the life out of me. Sometimes I'd catch myself hollering at him and beating him, and I'd feel sorry for him, but I couldn't seem to stop. When I had the second one, a girl, I remember I said I love it no matter what it looked like. She looked like a black ball of hair. I don't recollect trying to get pregnant that first time, but that second time I actually tried to get pregnant. Maybe because I'd had one already and wasn't scared to do it. Anyway, I felt good and wasn't thinking on the carrying, just the baby itself. I used to talk to it whilst it would be still in the womb. Like good friends we was. I'd be hanging wash and I know lifting wasn't good for it. I say to it, hold on now, I gonna hang up these few rags, don't get froggy, it be over soon. Wouldn't leap or nothing. Or I'd be mixing something in a bowl for the other child and I'd talk to it then too. Just friendly talk. On up till the end, I felt it good about that baby. I went to the hospital when my time come so I could be easeful. I didn't want to have it at home like I done with the boy. They put me in a big room with a whole mess of women. The pain was coming, but not too bad. Little old doctor come to examine me. He had all sorts of stuff. He gloved his hand and put some kind of jelly on it and rammed it up between my legs. When he left off, some more doctors come. One old one and some young ones. The old one was learning the young ones about the babies, showing them how to do. When he got to me, he said, now these here women you don't have any trouble with. They deliver right away with no pain, just like horses. The young one smiled a little. They looked at my stomach and between my legs. They never said nothing to me. Only one looked at me. Looked at my face, I looked right back at him. He knowed, I reckoned, that maybe I wasn't no horse foaling. But them others, they didn't know. They went on. I see them talking to them white women. How you feel? Gonna have twins? Just shucking them, of course, but nice talk. Nice friendly talk. I got edgy, and when them pains got hard, I was glad. Glad to have something else to think about. I moaned something awful. The pain wasn't as bad as I let on, but I had to let them people know having a baby was more than a bowel movement. I hurt just like them white women. Just because I wasn't hooping and hollering before didn't mean I wasn't feeling pain. What they think? That just because I knowed how to have a baby with no fuss, that my behind wasn't pulling and aching like theirs? Besides, that doctor don't know what he talking about. He must have never seen no more foal. Who say they don't have no pain just because she don't cry? Because she can't say it, they think it ain't there. If they looks in her eyes and see them eyeballs lolling back, see the sorrowful look, they'd know. Anyways, the baby come. Big old healthy thing. She looked different from what I thought. I reckon I talked to it so much before I conjured up a mind's eye view of it. So when I seen it, it was like looking at a picture of your mama when she was a girl. You knows who she is, but she don't look the same. They give it to me for nursing, and she liked to pull my nipple off right away. She caught on fast. Not like Sammy, he was the hardest child to feed. But Pecola looked like she knew right off what to do. Right smart baby she was. I used to like to watch her. You know, they make them little greedy sounds, eyes all soft and wet. Cross between a puppy and a dying man. But I know she was ugly. Head full of pretty hair, but Lord, she was ugly. When Sammy and Pecola were still young, Pauline had to go back to work. She was older now with no time for dreams and movies. It was time to put all of the pieces together, make coherence where before there had been none. The children gave her this need. She herself was no longer a child. So she became, and her process of becoming was like most of ours. She developed a hatred for things that mystified or obstructed her, acquired virtues that were easy to maintain, assigned herself a role in the scheme of things, and harked back to simpler times for gratification. She took on the full responsibility and recognition of breadwinner and returned to church. First, however, she moved out of the 2 rooms into a spacious first floor of a building that had been built as a store. She came into her own with the women who had despised her by being more moral than they. She avenged herself on Charlie by forcing him to indulge in the weaknesses she despised. She joined a church where shouting was frowned upon, served on Stewardess Board number 3, and became a member of Ladies' Circle number 1. At prayer meetings, she moaned and sighed over Charlie's ways and hoped God would help her keep the children from the sins of the father. She stopped saying children and said children instead. She let another tooth fall and was outraged by painted ladies who thought only of clothes and men. Holding Charlie as a model of sin and failure, she bore him like a crown of thorns and her children like a cross. It was her good fortune to find a permanent job in the home of a well-to-do family whose members were affectionate, appreciative, and generous. She looked at their houses, smelled their linen, touched their silk draperies, and loved all of it. The child's pink nightie, the stacks of white pillow slips edged with embroidery, the sheets with top hems picked out with blue cornflowers. She became what is known as an ideal servant, for such a role filled practically all of her needs. When she bathed the little fisher girl, it was in a porcelain tub with silvery taps running infinite quantities of hot, clear water.
I'm proud to have been appointed to the San Francisco Superior Court by Governor Gavin Newsom in March 2022. I'm asking you to vote for me on March 5th, 2024, so I can continue to run my courtroom by the book. I respect the law, and I respect everyone who appears before me. A little about me. I've lived and worked in San Francisco for the past 30 years. After graduating from Harvard Law School, I worked in large law firms on a broad range of complex business cases in many industries. In my extra time, I served the community in leadership roles, chairing the boards of California Pacific Medical Center, Grace Cathedral, and the MFA board of the American Conservatory Theater. After 4 rounds of vetting, with hundreds I'm proud to have been appointed to the San Francisco Superior Court by Governor Gavin Newsom in March 2022. I'm asking you to vote for me on March 5th, 2024, so I can continue to run my courtroom by the book. I respect the law, and I respect everyone who appears before me. A little about me. I've lived and worked in San Francisco for the past 30 years. After graduating from Harvard Law School, I worked in large law firms on a broad range of complex business cases in many industries. In my extra time, I served the community in leadership roles, chairing the boards of California Pacific Medical Center, Grace Cathedral, and the MFA board of the American Conservatory Theater. After 4 rounds of vetting, with hundreds of evaluations from lawyers, judges, and community leaders, I was appointed judge by Governor Gavin Newsom. Though I love our city, I know it has its challenges. I personally have experienced crime and personally understand public safety concerns. I believe the answer to lowering crime and lifting up every community is absolute fairness before the law. That's why I'm asking that you vote for me. You can count on me to follow the law, not a political agenda. I'm honored to have earned the support of my colleagues, distinguished jurists such as Judge Vaughn Walker, Justices Tony Klein and Terry Jackson, community leaders like Dr. Amos Brown, and safety leaders like Sheriff Paul Miyamoto. I also have the endorsement of the San Francisco Chronicle, the San Francisco Democratic Party, and am the only candidate in my race to be vetted and earn the well-qualified distinction from the Bar Association of San Francisco. I'm committed to serving the people of San Francisco and seek your vote. Let's make San Francisco safer and our community better by voting for me, because I know that judges are supposed to follow the law, not a political agenda. I ask that you vote for a thoroughly vetted judge who has a record of running his courtroom by the book. Thank you.
Today's live stream is being brought to you by Clari-T Media. Support the San Francisco Dreamkeeper Initiative, recognizing and investing in the diverse Black and African American communities of San Francisco with a wide range of programs to support youth, families, seniors, and members of the Black LGBTQ+ communities. Dreamkeeper San Francisco is fostering hope for generations of Black people to feel free to dream boldly. Visit dreamkeepersf.org today.
It's debate night in California, and for the first time in 30 years, a historic Senate seat is open in the Golden State. Tonight, the 4 candidates take the stage in San Francisco. Adam Schiff.
Deliver results for California, not rhetoric.
Steve Garvey.
You need lower taxes.
Katie Porter.
I want my kids to be able to afford to live in California.
And Barbara Lee.
It's time. Representation matters.
California Debate Night. This is Inside California Politics Senate Debate.
Good evening. You are looking live at the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco, the site of debate night in California. I'm Nikki Lorenzo with Fox 40 in Sacramento.
And I'm Frank Buckley from KTLA in Los Angeles. We are your hosts of Inside California Politics. The ballots are out. The March 5th primary is just 3 weeks away.
You are watching this debate on air and online on one of our 6 Nexstar media stations from San Francisco to Los Angeles and our partner stations all across the state. You can follow along tonight's debate using the hashtag #CASendDebate. There you will find additional information supporting tonight's questions.
Let's go over the rules. Each candidate will get 60 seconds to answer a question. If there's a follow-up or rebuttal, the candidate will get 30 seconds and 15 seconds for clarification if needed.
We will be reminding the candidates of those times throughout the night. When their time is up, the sound of a bell will play. The candidates will answer the questions in an order determined by our Emerson College poll.
And right now, we want to welcome our candidates who are here in the studio with us. Good evening to all of you. I get the first question, so let's begin. The biggest news in the past 2 weeks has been the crisis at the border. Republicans, after demanding a border bill, pushing for the measure, killed it. Now that immigration is back to square one, should President Biden bypass Congress and take executive action to stem the tide of migration? Mr. Schiff, we begin with you. You have 60 seconds.
I think, first of all, I want to acknowledge that people coming to this country are seeking a better life. They're trying to provide for themselves and their family, and they're often fleeing violence. And we need to have a policy at the border that is consistent with our values as a nation. I also think we need order at the border, and the president is taking action, should take action to try to deal with the crisis. I think we need to surge resources to have more immigration judges, to process claims more quickly, so that people don't have to wait years to have an asylum claim processed. I think we need to make sure that we have personnel at the ports of entry that can handle the huge number of people that are appearing at our ports of entry. But I don't agree with draconian solutions. I don't agree with Mr. Garvey, who is promoting Donald Trump's border wall. That doesn't work. It's ineffective. You can cut through that wall. But more than that, this isn't the right answer. We need a comprehensive immigration reform. I'm going to go to the Senate and do away with the filibuster, fight to do away with the filibuster, so we can get a comprehensive approach to the border.
Mr. Schiff, to clarify, do you believe that executive actions are in order? You have 15 seconds.
I do. I think the president is taking executive actions, but there are limits to what the president can do without Congress providing the authority. And we haven't done it. And that's on us in Congress. And I think Democrats, because Republicans are not going to help us with this, we need to do away with the filibuster, and we need to get this done ourselves.
Mr. Schiff, thank you very much. Ms. Porter, same question. You have 60 seconds.
Good evening, California. I think that we need to invest in creating a lawful, orderly, humane immigration system. And decade after decade, politicians in Washington haven't done that. And that is creating the chaos and the challenges that we're facing with our border communities. I have supported and will continue to support sending additional resources to help our border communities, including technology, to make it easier to detect fentanyl or other goods coming to this country. Look, I've only ever known a California in which immigrants were part of the fabric of our society and which we valued their contributions. President Biden needs to continue to work on immigration and to take action to address this crisis. But most of all, we need different leaders in Washington who will get this work done.
And to clarify, are you saying that President Biden should or shouldn't bypass Congress to take executive action to stem this current tide of migrants? 15 seconds.
Presidential power over immigration is one of the areas where the executive actually has the most legal authority to act without Congress. So what I would say is President Biden should continue using the legal authority he has to address this issue while we elect leaders who will shake up Congress and get immigration reform passed.
Ms. Porter, thank you very much. Ms. Lee, same question to you. You have 60 seconds.
Well, thank you very much for hosting us tonight. I want to thank you, Nexstar, for making sure that the public voters have a chance to evaluate all of us as candidates. I believe that the president should take executive order. Comprehensive immigration reform is necessary. We will not have border security until we have comprehensive immigration reform. There are still some policies in place which Donald Trump actually had put into place when he was president. Those need to go. And so I believe that Our immigration system should be orderly, it should be humane, and it should provide for due process. Currently, we need to make sure that we invest in cities and counties that are really helping immigrants, given the governor's abilities to send immigrants to other states. And what they're doing is dividing residents from immigrants. And so we need to invest in making sure that immigrants have a safe place to stay, because they are part of our economic fabric.
Ms. Lee, thank you very much. Mr. Garvey, same question to you. You have 60 seconds.
And I agree. We do need new leadership in California. And I'll answer your question. On day one, the president opened the floodgates and created a crisis in the United States. He should be the one to step up and close the border. He should be the one. Let's stop the infiltration of the cartels. Let's stop drugs, rampant drugs coming into this country from China, by the way. Let's stop human trafficking. We do have a system in place, a system that has worked for 100 years, a pathway to coming to these United States legally. What we've done, and we continue to, whether it's the streets of our towns or our border, have let illegal migrants into this country. It has to end.
Mr. Garvey, thank you very much.
Candidates, we want to stay at the border with a follow-up. Experts say billions of gallons of water from Mexico tainted with sewage, raw sewage, have entered the U.S. in just the past few weeks.
Our BorderReport.com reporter Sal Rivera has the next question for you.
Behind me is Smuggler's Gulch. When it rains, it turns into a raging river. This is one of the areas where a lot of raw sewage from Mexico enters the Tijuana River Valley on the U.S. side of the border. My question to you, candidates, is what are you prepared to do about this situation?
Mr. Schiff, we'll begin with you. You have 30 seconds.
There are two problems here. One is that you have this waste coming from south of our border, but there's another problem, which is there's a sewage plant in the United States in California that is broken, that is also not doing its job. We need to fix this problem on both sides of the border. It's probably going to cost us about $300 million, which I've been urging President Biden, along with the California delegation, to provide to remediate this problem. And we need to take strong action because it is endangering the public. People are getting ill when they're swimming. Beaches are shut down. And we need to bring urgency to address this issue.
All right, Mr. Schiff, thank you for that. Ms. Porter, you have 30 seconds.
This is a crisis of oversight. We have failed to do the work to make sure that this sewage treatment facility on the U.S. side, as well as the sewage treatment facilities on the Mexico side, are functioning as they are supposed to be. There are years of deferred maintenance. That's the reason we have more of a need to put additional resources there. I've met with the mayor of Imperial Beach and other leaders both on the ground to see the problem for myself, as well as met with them in Washington. We can solve this problem if we put the resources in place, but we have to deliver the accountability to go with it.
Ms. Porter, thank you very much. Ms. Lee, same question. You have 30 seconds.
It is very important that we ensure that the Environmental Protection Agency, with its investments in our environmental justice funds, that EPA invest in the cleanup, first of all, and also understand that in the Imperial Valley, and I have visited also and met with the mayor and saw the Tijuana River and what is taking place. It's a huge problem because you have low-income people, you have people of color, you have Latinos, you have Mexicans on the Mexican side, all are being affected by this. And so we need to have a focus on environmental justice also.
Ms. Lee, thank you very much. And Mr. Garvey, you have 30 seconds.
I think I'm the only one on this stage who has actually been down to the border. And I have been down recently. You can't go just once years ago. The poor people of San Diego and Southern California are the ones that are at the brunt of this dumping of waste that's coming across. You see signs that say you can't walk on the beach, you can't swim on the beach. So we have to take great actions in terms of protecting our people by speaking to where it came from and how we're going to go about stopping it.
Mr. Garvey, thank you very much. Nikki?
Moving on now to the economy. A recent Nexstar Emerson College poll found that 28% of Californians believe the economy is the top issue in the upcoming election, ranking higher than any other issue. According to Forbes, the cost of living in California is 50% higher than the national average. And as a senator, voters deserve to know what you would do about it. Ms. Porter, we're going to begin with you. You said wealth inequality is hurting millions of Californians, calling it a malfunction of capitalism. So we are wondering tonight, at what income level does wealth inequality begin? And you've laid out a plan for people below that, but what can people who earn above that level expect from you? You have 60 seconds.
The issue with wealth inequality, there's no magic line. It's the gap that is the problem. We have a society in which billionaires get tax breaks from career politicians who take their corporate PAC checks, and in which everyday families continue to struggle. Look, Nikki, this issue is personal for me. My own children are questioning whether they're going to be able to live in California when they graduate from high school because of the high cost of living. That's why I've released a 10-point plan to address the housing costs, which is available at my website, katieporter.com. And I've focused on signing bills into law that actually reduce costs. For instance, my bill to bring down pharmaceutical prices.
So just a quick clarification here. You'll have 15 seconds for this. We were looking for a specific number.
The issue with wealth inequality is about the gap. The problem is that the workers who are creating the value, who are hard at work, are not receiving enough to live on, while Washington insiders continue to give huge tax breaks to the wealthy. We have to close that gap and make sure that California and America can still be a place of opportunity for the middle class.
Ms. Lee, thank you. Ms. Porter, thank you. Ms. Lee, you have the next question. Both of our Democratic opponents are calling for a minimum wage between $20 and $25 an hour. You're calling for a $50 an hour federal minimum wage. That's 7 times the current national minimum wage of $7.25 an hour. Can you explain how that would be economically sustainable for small businesses? You have 60 seconds.
First, let me say I owned and ran a small business for 11 years. I created hundreds of jobs, benefits, retirement benefits, also healthcare benefits. I know what worker productivity means, and that means that you have to make sure that your employees are taken care of and have a living wage. In the Bay Area, I believe it was the United Way, came out with a report that very recently, $127,000 for a family of 4 is just barely enough to get by. Another survey very recently, $104,000 for a family of 1, barely enough to get by. Low income because of the affordability crisis. And so just do the math. Just do the math. Of course, we have national minimum wages that we need to raise to a living wage. You're talking about $20, $25, fine. But I have got to be focused on what California needs and what the affordability factor is when we calculate this wage.
Ms. Lee, thank you. Mr. Garvey, you've said a primary focus for you would be reducing inflation. And one way you would do that would be cutting regulations for new housing. Specifically, which regulations would you cut? You have 60 seconds.
Well, regulations just stifle the opportunity to grow the housing industry. And one of the ways to do this is to just cut back inflation by simply getting a free market capitalism that starts to address the needs of all the people and getting people stimulated again. It's supply and demand. We have to get materials to those who are willing to build the housing. We have to be able to say to hardworking Americans, I can afford that if interest rates are down, if mortgage loans are down. So collectively, with a robust economy, you'll see all these things start to happen and start to trigger.
Quick follow-up for you, Mr. Garvey. We specifically asked which regulations you would cut. You have 15 seconds.
Well, the regulation on housing, in which we see the cost of housing continue to rise for one simple reason. And let's take young adults. Young adults cannot afford to have the single most important equity in their lives, and that's a home. So I go back constantly to the idea of opening the gates, cutting down inflation.
Mr. Garvey, thank you. And one more follow-up for you, 15 seconds. We know where your rivals stand on minimum wage. Where do you stand?
Again, minimum wage is where it is and should be. If you look at what California has done to fast food franchises right now, increasing the minimum wage to $20, and what's going to happen? That's going to increase costs for hardworking Californians to go to a franchise. And instead of a Big Mac for $9,
Mr. Garvey, thank you. Mr.
it is
Garvey,
going to
thank
be
you.
$15.
Mr. Garvey, thank you. Your time's up. Mr. Schiff, you supported forcing antitrust laws for grocery store mergers. How would that help people at the grocery store? And as a member of Congress, why haven't you called on the Biden administration to do more? You have 60 seconds.
I have called on them to do more. In fact, I pressed the FTC when the chairman testified in committee to crack down on these mergers of grocery chains, because what happens is these big grocery giants merge. They effectively become a monopoly. They drive up prices. When I was in the north of this state, I had a conversation with a woman who was in her mid-30s. She told me she did everything that she was supposed to do. They said, get a good college education, so she got a good college education. She got a lot of student debt along with it. She said her rent keeps rising. Between her rent and her college payments, she barely can afford her health insurance. She said she's terrified. She has nothing set aside for the future and no ability to set anything aside. She is speaking for millions of people at that age and at every age. We have to make the economy work for people again. And that means we have to build a lot more housing to bring down housing costs. We have to, yes, enforce our antitrust laws to stop these mergers driving up prices. We need to slap a windfall profit tax on the oil companies that are gouging us.
Mr. Schiff, your time's up. Thank you. Frank?
Turning now to the topic of homelessness, the latest numbers from the Department of Housing and Urban Development indicate that as many as 180,000 people are experiencing homelessness right now in California. That's after more than $20 billion has been spent in this state to try to address the issue. Ms. Lee, the first question goes to you. You were homeless at one point yourself. You've been a lifelong advocate on this issue. Have you introduced any legislation that has been signed into law that was written to directly impact and help the homeless people? You have 60 seconds.
I know what it takes because I have faced many, many obstacles in my life. And I have put forth legislation, and actually had legislation signed into law to, for example, to expand the homelessness agency task force. I fought to expand Section 8 housing. I have actually made sure that right now it hasn't passed, but in the Senate, I will fight to pass my Deposit Act. You know, one of the issues around homelessness is that people in California don't have the resources for first and last month's rent and for a security deposit. So why can't HUD invest in a revolving fund to help people with their security deposits? We also need an eviction protection policy, and I'm working on that also to get that passed into law. But I have been an appropriator for many years and have appropriated money for affordable housing, for shelters, for low-income housing, for more vouchers, for Section 8 housing, and investing in the homeless housing trust fund, which has been my legislation.
Ms. Lee, thank you very much. Mr. Garvey, you've said California's efforts to solve this crisis have failed. You've spoken to people who are living on the streets. You know space is limited in shelters. Should people who are experiencing homelessness be allowed to live in tents or in RVs or on beaches or in parks while they wait for a permanent solution? You have 60 seconds.
$30 billion has been thrown at the homeless. It's been wasted. When I go back to Washington as your next duly elected senator, the first thing I will do is make sure there's an audit to find out where that money went. I was recently on a tour in San Diego downtown, in Los Angeles, and in Sacramento. It's a crisis of humanity, and I'm so sorry that you went through that. But on that tour, I talked to the homeless. Some have been there 5 years and 7 years and 8 years. What we need to do, and it seems to be more of a local issue because local, it takes into account the citizens of that area too. And what has to be done, and I believe this seriously, is we the people have to tell Washington to get their act together and make sure this money goes to places like the Alpha Project in San Diego and the Dream Center in Los Angeles. These are
Mr. Garvey,
situations that should be followed.
Let me remind you that the question was, should people who are experiencing homelessness be allowed to live in tents or RVs or on beaches or in parks while they wait for a permanent solution? You have 15 seconds.
I don't think so. I think it's inhumane. There are 2 or 3 fires a week in downtown Los Angeles. There are 2, 3 deaths each week. Let's get back to humanity. They need to be taken off the streets. They need to be cared for. But it's the drugs and the mental illness That's the true
Mr. Garvey, thank you.
disaster. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Schiff, since you first entered office in 2001, the population of Los Angeles County has stayed roughly the same, the district where you are located. But the homeless population has grown by some 10 times. It's 10 times higher. On your campaign website, you say one of your biggest achievements is housing. Can you explain that given the numbers? You have 60 seconds.
I'm very proud that I brought millions back to California to provide housing, to provide support services, mental health treatment for those who are homeless. So yes, I'm very proud of what I've done. Now, certainly it's going to take more than one member of Congress's effort to address homelessness. But let me just put this in perspective if I can. My father turns 96 this month. He lives in Boca Raton, Florida. He's affectionately referred to as Boca Eddie. When he was starting out as a traveling salesman, when I was a kid, he was in the clothing, the schmata business. He earned $18,000 a year. On the strength of that single income, our family was able to afford a home at $18,000 for the annual income of someone who's so close. We see how far we've moved from that point today. And Mr. Garvey, you can say the minimum wage is fine where it is, but you want to know why people are living on the street? It's because we're paying them poverty wages. Try to find a house anywhere in California when you're earning minimum wage. We have to raise people's incomes. We have to build a lot more affordable housing. We need wraparound services for people who are homeless. And we can do this. We've demonstrated with homeless vets
Mr. Schiff, your
an
time
approach
is
that
up.
works.
Thank you very much. Mr. Garvey, your name was invoked. I'll give you 15 seconds to respond.
Well, these are three career politicians who have failed the people. They're the ones that can be 60 years of experience. They could have solved this issue. You keep talking about it should be higher. Well, why haven't you done something about it? And that's why I'm in this race.
That's stopping
because
us, Mr. Garvey.
Career
Mr. Garvey,
politicians have
thank you.
failed us.
Thank you very much. Ms. Porter, you've blamed career politicians in Washington for California's housing crisis. You've been in Washington for more than 5 years, but it wasn't until last week that you introduced a 10-point plan to, quote, solve the housing crisis in California. What do you say to critics who might wonder why you waited until now to introduce this comprehensive plan for housing? You have 60 seconds.
My background is as a consumer advocate. That's been my life's work. I got involved in public service in California, helping people who had been cheated by predatory lenders and then were being cheated by foreclosures on the way out. So that's my background is in housing. When I went to Congress, I served on the Financial Services Committee, and we had several important hearings about housing costs. But frankly, Washington isn't listening to Californians. They're not focused on our biggest problems. They are focused on doing favors for their Wall Street donors and catering to them. So I think this is a problem of making sure that California's biggest challenges, including the cost of housing, become Washington's biggest challenge. And that's what my 10-point plan does. It really harnesses the power of the federal government to unleash that capital that we need to build more housing at a price point where our workers can afford it.
But again, the question is, why did you wait until just last week to introduce that comprehensive plan? You've been in Congress for more than 5 years. You have 15 seconds.
I have worked on housing issues since the day I was elected and have talked a lot about this, about the challenges that my own family faces. You heard me earlier tonight talking about my kids worried they're not going to be able to live in California. So this is an issue that I've worked on for many, many years before I've gotten to Congress. And in my 5 years there, I have continued to lean in on this issue.
Ms. Porter, thank you very much. Nikki?
We're moving on now to the topic of Donald Trump. And we begin with you, Mr. Garvey. You voted for Donald Trump twice, but have declined to answer if you would vote for him again. Have you spoken with him since you've entered the race? And would you accept his endorsement if he offered it? You have 30 seconds.
Well, this question seems to pop up frequently. I did vote for him twice. I believe the greatest single currency we have as Americans is the right to vote. I think it's personal. I'll make that decision when the time comes. And I hope this puts to an end the constant badgering and the use of the former president's name as an attack against me to try to paint me into a corner. And that's what career politicians do. They try to paint you and try to tell the public that you're something that you aren't.
I have a quick follow-up here. The question was, have you spoken to him and would you accept his endorsement? You have 15 seconds.
I haven't spoken to him.
Would you accept his endorsement?
These are personal choices. I answered to God, my wife, family, and to the people of California. And I hope you would respect that I have personal choices.
Mr. Garvey, thank you. So this next question is for the rest of you. Mr. Schiff, would you vote to certify the election if Donald Trump beats Joe Biden in November? You have 30 seconds.
Of course, I would vote to certify the election. If someone wins the presidency, that should be the end of the matter. But he shouldn't be on the ballot at all, because the Constitution is quite clear. If you take an oath to defend the Constitution, as he did, and then you violate that oath by engaging in insurrection, you should be disqualified. And I hope the Supreme Court will decide that question and not try to punt that question. But let me just say this also to Mr. Garvey. The gravest threat that we have to our democracy is Donald Trump.
Mr. Schiff, your time is up. Ms. Porter.
Excuse me.
Ms. Porter,
can you vote my name?
We'll give you 15 seconds.
No, sir. The greatest single threat to democracy is deconstruction of the Constitution, packing the court, doing away with the filibuster. These are things that deconstruct democracy. And you, sir, have been the advocate of this.
And Donald Trump packed the Supreme Court, which is why millions of Americans lost their right of reproductive freedom, why the Supreme Court is striking down air quality and water quality regulations, why it is, you said voting rights were the most fundamental thing.
This
Supreme Court is striking down voting rights.
Mr. Schiff,
you're fixated on one person and one person only.
Mr. Garvey, thank you. Ms. Porter, same question to you. Would you certify the election if Donald Trump wins? You have 30 seconds.
This kind of back and forth between Democrats and Republicans is what people are fed up with, because they're not focusing on the question that you asked, which is one that deserves to be answered. Yes, if Donald Trump fairly won the election, I would vote to certify the results. I have an obligation to do that and to uphold the Constitution. Donald Trump engaged in an insurrection and, in my view, should not be on the ballot. But if that is what the courts decide and he won the election, I think that would be a grave, grave harm and disservice to our country. It's a real threat to our democracy, but I would vote to certify.
Ms. Porter, thank you. Ms. Lee, same question to you, 30 seconds.
If Donald Trump won the election, I would vote to certify him. But Donald Trump is a threat to our national security. He's a threat to our democracy. He attempted to dismantle our democracy. I was sitting on the floor of the House on January 6th. I am the lead plaintiff in a lawsuit indicating and saying very clearly that Donald Trump is not above the law. He is not immune from the crimes that he has committed. And so we have got to fight to make sure and vote to make sure that Donald Trump is not elected as president.
Ms. Lee, thank you. Mr. Garvey, one more quick follow-up for you. Will you vote to certify the election if Biden were to win in November? 15 seconds.
Yes.
Mr. Garvey, thank you. Frank, over to you.
All right, turning now to a new topic. Retail theft and violent crime are real issues that California voters are dealing with right now. Mr. Schiff, this first question is for you. Have progressive reforms like doing away with bail for nonviolent crimes or reducing certain felonies to misdemeanors, have those progressive reforms gone too far? You have 60 seconds.
There's no question that we have a crime problem in California, particularly with these smash and grab robberies. I've been focused on trying to keep communities safe since I was a prosecutor. Back when Mr. Garvey was playing baseball, I was prosecuting cases in the U.S. Attorney's Office in Los Angeles. And I think to take action against these smash and grab robberies, we need to invest more in community-based policing. We need to have the kind of joint task forces that the governor has approved. I was, fortunate to bring back millions to my district to set up a regional DNA crime lab that could help identify the perpetrators and bring them to justice. I also brought back millions to resolve the rape kit backlog in Los Angeles, which was atrocious. So we need to use all of these tools, I think, to go after those that are committing these smash and grab robberies. But I think what we're seeing is not a result of the ballot proposition. The data just doesn't show that. So I wouldn't go so far as to say that this is a result of the ballot measure. We should have a data-driven approach, and the data doesn't support that conclusion.
All right. Mr. Schiff, thank you. Ms. Porter, same question. Have these progressive reforms gone too far? You have 60 seconds.
Every Californian should be able to feel safe in their communities. And we've all seen the news reports, and it's concerning as a parent and as a Californian to worry that we're not going to be safe when we're shopping, when we're parking our car, when we're going to church. And so I think it's really, really important that the federal government surge resources as appropriate to help with where the worst of these crimes are coming from, which is organized criminal enterprises, transnational crime. That's where we're seeing a lot of the fentanyl and these organized high value retail thefts. I don't think we should return to the so-called tough on crime policies of the 1990s. They resulted in terrible racial discrimination and set back communities of color for generations. I think what we need is a lawful criminal system that really goes toward data-driven and responsible programs that can prevent violence and enforce and prosecute criminals when they break the law. To do that is going to require federal resources to help our local law enforcement.
Ms. Porter, thank you very much. Ms. Lee, the city of Oakland in your district has taken center stage in the crime conversation. Employees from companies like Kaiser have been urged not to eat lunch outdoors because it's not safe. The state is stepping in with a new surge of CHP officers to crack down on crime. Do you believe that progressive reforms have gone too far? 60 seconds.
Enhanced sentences don't reduce crime. Everyone wants public safety. Everyone wants their children safe. Everyone wants their community safe. And I'm very pleased that the city of Oakland and the state of California and the county, all of us have come together to try to make sure that we enhance public safety and reduce crime. It's important that the federal government, and I always have said and continue to fight to bring federal resources in, because it's a partnership that must be enhanced if we're going to reduce crime. But let me just say a couple of things in terms of the underlying causes of crime. We've got to get these AK-47s, ghost guns, and assault weapons off the streets of California, off the streets of Oakland. We need national gun control measures. We have to reinstitute the assault weapon ban, and we have to address many more underlying conditions in terms of violence interrupters and funding young people's young violence prevention organizations to prevent crimes before they are committed.
To clarify, do you believe progressive reforms have gone too far?
No,
15 seconds.
No.
No. Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Garvey, we want to ask you a different question on crime that puts you at odds with many of your fellow Republicans. You said you are for an assault weapons ban. Are you committing now to vote yes on such a ban if you are elected to the U.S. Senate and it comes to a vote in the U.S. Senate? You have 60 seconds.
Well, I think I reiterated last time that I did not say that. What I do say is California has spoken in terms of assault weapons. I do believe in the Constitution. I believe in the Second Amendment. I think it's been tried and tested. I think what is important are background checks, to continue to be diligent in terms of making sure that guns are in the hands of people that are qualified and capable. But getting back to, you were talking about crime on the streets. It's rampant. There's never been more crime in the streets of California than today. And my opponents here, career politicians, it's been on their watch. They're responsible. There are DAs who are doing fabulous jobs in California, but there are others. And I did a ride-along recently, and I said, what's the problem? And the officer said, the problem is we're doing our jobs, putting our life on the line, and we take the criminal in, and we book them, and we do 30 minutes of filling out the paper. One second, let me finish, if I would, please. And we look up, and they're walking through the parking lot.
You've agreed to the rules. I do want to ask you to clarify. You said that people of California have spoken on an assault weapons ban. Are you now saying you're not in favor of an assault weapons ban? You have 15 seconds.
As the next senator of California, I pledge to uphold the voice of the people. And I've spoken about the Second Amendment of the Constitution. I reiterate that.
All right, Mr. Garvey, thank you very much. Nikki?
Our next topic has to do with age limits. In our most recent Inside California Politics poll, we asked voters their feelings on setting an age limit for federal office. 71% of those surveyed say yes, they support age limits, and that was before this past week's findings from the special counsel focused on the nation's attention on the age of the president even more. Ms. Porter, 60 seconds to you. Do you think Joe Biden, who is 81, and Donald Trump, who is 77, are too old to be running for a second term? You have 60 seconds.
President Biden and his administration, the Biden-Harris administration, have delivered for Californians. We know, we hear this when talking to people about the fact that insulin, for example, is now $35, that we've invested in bringing back manufacturing jobs here to the United States, and that we're investing in clean energy to help us compete with China. When I'm evaluating President Biden, what I'm looking for is the results, what he's delivered to help my family, and I'm pleased with what he's done so far. I do think generally that age limits are a conversation for all elected officials that we ought to be having. You're absolutely right. Californians are wondering about this, and I think that's a conversation we ought to be open to. I think we need a mix of people who've had years of experience and people like me who've only been in Congress for 5 years. But I think we have to have that conversation. My colleague, Representative Schiff, voted against age limits for members of Congress in the very same week that he voted for age limits for Supreme Court justices. I think that's the kind of hypocrisy that makes Americans question where we are on this issue.
Ms. Porter, thank you. Mr. Schiff, she invoked your name. We'll give you 15 seconds for rebuttal.
Well, as Representative Porter should know, Supreme Court justices have life tenure on the court. You can't vote them off the bench, so they're quite different than elected officials that are always held accountable. So there's a very strong difference, and particularly when we have stacked the Supreme Court, as Mitch McConnell and Donald Trump did, with reactionary justices, there should be some mechanism to rotate the members of that court off the bench. So I favor
Mr. Schiff.
Term limits on the Supreme Court as well.
Mr. Schiff, thank you.
Nick,
And those are term limits, not age limits, term limits. And there's a big difference.
Ms. Porter, 15 seconds.
As Mr. Schiff well knows, that is true that we have gerrymandering and elections that are deeply blue districts in which there really aren't competitive elections. In fact, he's hoping that the Senate race turns into one with his ads that he's running right now. So the reality is we don't always
Ms.
have
Porter,
the opportunity to make those changes.
Ms. Porter, thank you. Your time's up. Ms. Lee, same question to you, and I will repeat it. Do you think Joe Biden, who is 81, and Donald Trump, who is 77, are too old to be running for a second term? You have 60 seconds.
President Biden has delivered and continues to deliver for the American people. When you look at what was taking place in our country when President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris won the election, people were dying each and every day from COVID, especially in Black and brown communities. They came in and they turned this around with Democrats in Congress right away. And when you look at our economy, we have a long way to go, yes, but look at the jobs that have been created. Look at what has taken place in terms of equity, in terms of our labor unions, in terms of the right to organize, in terms of wages and benefits. We've created, and the Biden administration has created, millions of jobs through the infrastructure bill, through the Inflation Reduction Act. Experience matters, I have to say. And with regard to term limits, age limits, this is a democracy. People have a right to vote for who they want to vote for. This is not, we're not talking about an appointed position. We're talking about an election. In a democracy, everyone has a right to vote.
Your time's up. Mr. Garvey, same question to you, 60
Absolutely.
seconds.
It's time that we let the people of California in this country make that decision. We've taken too many opportunities away from them. And when we're talking about this administration and this president, we're saddened when we look at him and in the state he's in now. But let's not forget that this country is worse off today than it was 3 years ago, categorically. So the people will speak again. They will speak March 5th, and they will speak in November. Let's give the power back to the people, and especially in the state of California.
Mr. Garvey, I want to clarify, though. The question was, do you think Joe Biden, who is 81, and Donald Trump, who is 77, are too old to be running for a second term? You have 15 seconds.
I think it's capability. We all, in our own minds and with our own eyes and ears, have to make that determination.
Mr. Garvey, thank you. Mr. Schiff, same question to you. You have 60 seconds.
I think Joe Biden has done a remarkable job. He has taken the most aggressive action that we've seen in a generation to attack climate change. After 4 years of Trump talking about infrastructure week with no infrastructure, we got a bipartisan infrastructure bill done. The CHIPS and Science Act is going to bring back a high-paying, good technology jobs to America. What he's done has been extraordinary. Now, some people are unfit for office at any age, and I put Donald Trump in that category. But look, I value someone who knows how to get things done, someone with the experience who knows how to get things done. You can't walk down the halls of Congress without tripping over 5 people that are going to say they're going to shake up Washington. They don't end up getting anything actually accomplished. I'm proud of the record I have of delivering for California, of delivering mass transit, of delivering an early earthquake warning system, of passing legislation to build light rail and to bring up-to-date textbooks to our schools. I took on insurance companies and passed the California Patient Bill of Rights. As I mentioned before, I brought millions back to the state to build housing. Senator Feinstein brought back billions to the state, and that's what I'm going to do.
Mr. Schiff, thank you. Frank?
Moving on now to Israel. Recently, a spokesperson for President Biden said that any peace will only begin with the elimination of Hamas. Ms. Lee, you have 60 seconds. Do you agree?
I early on called what was taking place as it relates to the attacks on October 7th against Israel, a terrorist attack, which we all condemned. I condemn. Israel deserves to live in security and in peace. I also have called for a permanent ceasefire. I know that only through a diplomatic and political settlement and discussions and resolve will, one, Israel be safe. Right now, currently killing 25 to 30,000 civilians is counterproductive to Israel's security. I also know that the longer this war takes place, the broader it is spreading. And as I said, right after 9/11, when I voted against that authorization that was overly broad, that this could spiral out of control. And in fact, now the United States is embroiled in what could be a regional war, and that is a real threat. And so I have called for a permanent ceasefire.
To clarify, do you agree with the notion that any peace will only begin with the elimination of Hamas? You have 15 seconds.
I say any peace will only work, first of all, if there is a two-state solution, which Netanyahu has said would not be his agreement. He would not agree to a two-state solution. And that is really a very important part of security and peace in the region for the Israelis and the Palestinians.
Thank you very much for that. Ms. Porter, same question. You have 60 seconds.
The people of Gaza deserve better leadership than they got under Hamas, which diverted resources for its terrorist activities. The heartbreaking scenes that have been created by this war are only deepening what has long been a serious humanitarian crisis in Gaza with regard to food, water, and medicine. So I think the people of Gaza absolutely need different leadership. I think that any peace should come with the release of the hostages, as well as a commitment by the United States and Israel to help rebuild Gaza and position it to flourish in the future.
And to the question that any peace will only begin with the elimination of Hamas, you say what? You have 15 seconds.
I would say that the people of Gaza will not thrive, and there will not be a durable peace so long as there is the risk of terrorism and the ongoing weaponization, people being used as human shields in Gaza. So I think we should be pushing for a bilateral, durable ceasefire. And I think the way to get there, to have a secure Israel and to have the people of Gaza flourish, is to have different leadership for the people of Gaza.
Thank you, Ms. Porter. Christopher, our legal advisors on this stage also for some portion of the two-state solution. You call that naive. So how does this end? Are you suggesting that Israel will have to occupy Gaza once this military conflict ends? You have 60 seconds.
I stand for Israel yesterday, today, and tomorrow. I believe the devastation on October 7th was intolerable. For anyone to think they could tell Israel that they can't determine their destiny and their sovereignty doesn't understand the people of Israel. Israel will determine your question, whether Hamas will survive. And to think there could be a two-state solution is naive, because one of those states will always try to annihilate Israel.
So to clarify, you're saying Israel will decide, and does that mean that Israel, if it decides to occupy Gaza, that's okay with you? You have 15 seconds.
I think that's a very ambiguous question. There's so much that even if you were to think that this was a possibility, it would at least be another generation before that could happen.
Okay, Mr. Garvey, thank you for that. Mr. Schiff, you've repeatedly refused to call for a full ceasefire. Last week, President Biden said that Israel's actions have been over the top and the killing must stop. Is the president wrong? You have 60 seconds.
Well, first of all, what happened on October 7th with the deliberate murder of Israelis, with the butchery, with the torture, with the rape of Israeli women, was designed by this terrorist group, Hamas, to provoke exactly the reaction that it got. It could care less about civilians in Gaza. If it had any care for its own people, it wouldn't have spent all those millions and hundreds of millions of dollars building tunnels it would have provided for the people of Gaza. They wanted this kind of response. Israel has a right to defend itself. Hamas is threatening to attack them over and over and over again. No nation could endure that. At the same time, the president is right to continue pressing Israel to try to avoid civilian casualties, to try to minimize the loss of civilian life. The president is right to try to bring about a humanitarian pause so we can get aid in and hostages out. But at the end of the day, there isn't going to be the two-state solution I want to see if a terrorist organization like Hamas is continuing to govern in Gaza.
Thank you. Is the president wrong when he says Israel's actions have been over the top and the killing must stop? You have 15 seconds.
I certainly agree with the president that we have to do everything to reduce civilian casualties. I don't know that I would express it the way the president has, but I think he is right to try to bring about this negotiated deal where we'll have an extended pause so we can get the hostages out and more aid in.
All right, Mr. Schiff. Thank you very much. Nikki?
According to our government, the U.S. is being attacked consistently by proxy forces funded by Iran. Those attacks have already killed 3 U.S. soldiers. The question is for all of you. Ms. Lee, you're going to get the first one. Do you think the U.S. should directly attack Iran in response? You have 30 seconds.
The United States should not attack Iran. If we are going to lead in efforts to achieve global peace and security, we have got to de-escalate. We have got to find pathways to nonviolence, and we must insist that that the war that is taking place now, which has unfortunately brought the United States in, that we have a permanent ceasefire so that we can begin a diplomatic and political solution.
Ms. Lee, thank you. Mr. Garvey, same question to you. Do you think the U.S. should directly attack Iran in response? You have 30 seconds.
I do not. We have the brightest military minds in the world. And I know they're working constantly to determine the best path for us to continue to be the single greatest democracy deterrent. But we have to be more reactive. We have to be quicker and reactive. 180, 190 attacks on Americans and finally casualties. We must respond. We must respond quickly.
Mr. Garvey, thank you. Mr. Schiff, same question to you, 30 seconds.
During the Trump administration, I had a meeting with President Trump along with several of my colleagues to discuss what our response should be when the Iranians downed one of our drones. To put it mildly, it was odd to be in the same room with him. But nevertheless, my advice to him would be the same advice to the president, which is our response ought to be proportionate. It ought to be taken in concert with our allies. I don't think attacking within Iran would be proportionate, but I do favor a very strong response that goes after these Iranian-backed militias. That sends a powerful message that any attack on American troops will be met with blistering force, and I think that's what the president has done.
Mr. Schiff, thank you. Ms. Porter, same question to you, 30 seconds.
I think we have to be clear-eyed about Iran as an enemy of the United States, and we have to have clarification and leadership from President Biden about what his Iran policy is. And I've passed an amendment through the House of Representatives to do exactly that. I think we have to be careful about getting drawn into another protracted, long war with no clear goal on foreign soil. But I do think we need to support the people of Iran as they push back on this oppressive regime and recognize and take very seriously the threat that Iran poses to the United States.
Ms. Porter, thank you. Frank?
All right, let's talk about money. The White House has requested $75 billion for the wars in Ukraine and in Israel. This next question is for all of you. Should there be a cap on how much the U.S. spends on Ukraine and Israel? Ms. Lee, we'll start with you. You have 30 seconds.
There should be accountability. U.S. taxpayers deserve to know that their tax dollars are going for a purpose which ensures that there's accountability and transparency. It is very important also to make sure that all of our international laws are complied with in terms of the rules of engagement with regard to countries that are engaged in warfare. And the Ukrainian people deserve our support. Putin, of course, is trying to dismantle democracy in Ukraine. Eastern Europe is not disconnected to what Donald Trump has tried to do in terms of toppling our democracy here in America. And so I don't believe that we can say there should be a cap, but there should be accountability.
Ms. Lee, thank you very much. Mr. Garvey, same question. Should there be a cap on how much funding the U.S. sends to Ukraine and Israel?
No, I believe with Ms. Lee. We have to be diligent. We have to have accountability. But again, we carry the torch for democracy around the world. We support our allies. We stand with them. We stand there for their needs. The humanitarian loss alone with men and boys and a generation in the future tells us that we will stay fast in the needs of our allies.
So to be clear, accountability, but no caps. 15 seconds.
No cap.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Schiff, same question, 30 seconds.
What Vladimir Putin did in invading Russia threatens not only democracy and the sovereignty of Ukraine, but threatens all of us, threatens democracy around the world. I wouldn't put any kind of artificial cap. There should be accountability, but I wouldn't put a cap on it. I will tell you this, what Speaker Johnson is doing, and he just announced he's going to hold up this package, is deeply irresponsible. This is where today's GOP is. They're going to abandon an ally at war with our adversary. They're going to suck up to the Kremlin dictator. I can't believe that after Donald Trump sidled up to Putin in Helsinki and took the Russians' side over our own agencies, that Mr. Garvey
Schiff.
still voted for him a second time. That's
Mr.
really not
Schiff.
where I'm coming from.
All right, Mr. Schiff, thank you. Ms. Porter, same question. Should there be a cap on how much funding the U.S. sends to Ukraine and Israel? 30 seconds.
The United States needs to stand up for freedom, for democracy, and for human rights. And we need to do that around the world. Our own democracy is only going to be safe if we are fighting for those values around the world. So I support aid to Ukraine and aid to Israel. I support aid to Taiwan. I think it is important that we are requiring that aid be given and complied with all foreign and international laws. Look, I drive a minivan with the license plate oversight. I really, really care about making sure how we spend our tax dollars. And this is not to line the pockets of defense contractors and to help politicians who take corporate PAC money, which I never have. This is about making sure that we are protecting our allies abroad.
Ms. Porter, thank you very much. We have a little time left, and so we want to go to a different sort of question, from the policy to the personal. And we'd like you to answer, if you can, with one-word answers.
We are going to start with Ms. Lee, and then we'll work our way down the line. Ms. Lee, what's your favorite movie?
The Color Purple.
Mr. Garvey, same question.
The Natural.
Mr. Schiff.
The Big Lebowski, and that question really tied the whole evening together.
Ms. Porter.
Star Wars.
All right, let's go to book. What was the last book you read, Ms. Lee?
Beloved.
Mr. Garvey.
The Case for Civility.
Mr. Schiff.
The last great book was Grant by Ron Chernow.
And Ms. Porter.
The last book I read was The Latecomers.
All right, thank you very much.
It is now time for our closing statements. You will each have 30 seconds. Ms. Lee, we begin.
Well, let me thank you for giving us a chance to be with you this evening, and just say to the voters, first of all, I know what it takes to make life better for everyone in California. I faced many, many obstacles in my life. Some we've talked about tonight, being unsheltered, but also I was on public assistance, raising 2 small kids as a single mom. I had to bring my children to class with me because I could not afford childcare. And childcare is a big issue for me. And so I hope that California voters know that
Ms. Lee, thank you.
electing me, they'll have someone who will fight for them.
Ms. Lee, thank you.
Table.
Ms. Porter, you have 30 seconds for your closing statement.
My kids ask me all the time, Mom, why doesn't Congress fix things? Well, the truth is Congress does fix a lot of things. They fix it so that billionaires get more tax breaks while the rest of us struggle to make ends meet. They fix it so that big oil can continue to poison our communities, especially communities of color. They fix it so big pharma can continue to price gouge us. I'm running to do it differently. I've never taken corporate PAC money, and I'm the only elected official on the stage who can say that. I'll fight for Californians, not special interests.
Ms. Porter, thank you very much. Mr. Garvey, you have 30 seconds.
You, the people of California, and I have been on a 50-year journey. You know me, you know my heart and soul. And now I may have the greatest honor of my life, and that's to represent you. To go every day to the Senate, to go up to bat for your quality of life, for your future, for your children, and to know that California deserves you and I. You as the wind beneath my wings. I thank God for you. I thank you.
All right, Mr.
I
Garvey.
ask for your vote.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Schiff, your closing statements, 30 seconds.
Senator Feinstein was a giant in the state, and she was a giant because she was able to take on the big fights and get things done. California deserves another senator who knows how to take on those big fights. I took on a corrupt president. I investigated him. I impeached him, and when he engaged in insurrection, I held him accountable in the January 6th committee. But I've taken on other bullies as well. I prosecuted oil companies and corrupt defense contractors. I fought the health insurance industry to pass a patient bill of rights. I brought millions back to California for housing.
Mr.
Some
Schiff,
people talk a good game but can't get anything done. I'm going to deliver
your
for
time is up.
California.
All right, thank you very much. And that does it for us for tonight. We want to thank our candidates for participating in debate night in California, and thank you for watching at home.
Today's live stream is being brought to you by Clari-T Media. Support the San Francisco Dreamkeeper Initiative, recognizing and investing in the diverse Black and African American communities of San Francisco with a wide range of programs to support youth, families, seniors, and members of the Black LGBTQ+ communities. Dreamkeeper San Francisco is fostering hope for generations of Black people to feel free to dream boldly. Visit dreamkeepersf.org today.
I don't need an applause. The mayor will need an applause. Good to see everyone. This is going to be interesting. This is going to be fascinating, especially at this time where we are in San Francisco. Welcome to the newly merged Commonwealth Club World Affairs. I'm Raj Mathai, the lead anchor for NBC Bay Area News. Let me tell you a few things about Mayor Breed before she comes out to the stage. She is truly all San Francisco, born and raised in the great city of San Francisco. In 2018, she was elected San Francisco's 45th mayor and became the first African-American woman mayor in the city's history. Previously, Mayor Breed served as a member and president of the city's Board of Supervisors. Today, we're going to hear about the challenges and the opportunities facing San Francisco with regards to health and public safety, economic recovery, revitalization, housing, homelessness, and climate change. We really could be here for 3 hours talking about what we need to talk about. So please, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage and welcome back to the Commonwealth Club, the mayor of San Francisco, London Breed.
Thanks, Josh.
Nice to see you.
Good to see you too.
Okay, let's just start with this. You having fun on this job?
Well, it depends on the day. Well, actually, it depends on the hour.
Quickly, I mean, I know there's no such thing as a normal day for you, but just what's your schedule?
Oh my goodness.
Like today, what did you do this morning? What are you doing this afternoon and the evening?
Oh goodness, I get up sometimes 6, 7 in the morning. I immediately get on the phone, drink my coffee, get on my Peloton. I'm like huffing and puffing on phone calls, meeting with people back to back, reading my notes, getting prepared, and starting my day with just, it could be anything. It could be a press conference, it could be a meeting, it could be this, it could be a lunch, it's so many different things and any given day. And what I try to do, no matter what is going on, is to make sure I get enough sleep, I drink enough water, and I at least take care of myself so I can have the right mindset to do this job.
At the end of the day, certainly there are a lot of challenges that you face. Any big city mayor does. How do you stay positive? At the end of the day, when you're about to go to bed, do you think about something and review the day? How do you stay positive or just let everything get at you?
I don't watch the news.
I know a few news guys.
I stay off of social media. I try to protect my mental health because, it's sometimes because what I noticed, I remember one night, because I would regularly watch the news at night. And one night I was watching the news and every story was really awful. And it just made me feel really bad. And I thought, I don't know if I could do this to myself. And part of what I try to do at night is read. I love audiobooks, meditate, and try to bring the temperature down. But as soon as I hit that pillow, it's a done deal. Yes. Sleep is the best thing to do at night.
What's the most rewarding part of this job? And then the flip side of that, what's the most frustrating part of this job?
Yeah. Well, the most rewarding part of the job is when you're able to get something accomplished. When you're able to, run into somebody who says, I get a lot of complaints, of course, because I'm the mayor. Everyone wants to unload everything on me, which is a part of my job, and I accept that. But that one person who walks up and say, Mayor, I used to be homeless, but I've been housed for a year and I'm cooking my Thanksgiving dinner for the first time ever. Thank you. Or someone who says, my kid made the honor roll. You were at the event. We're so proud of him and he's been doing really good. And he looks at you as an example. And it's those kinds of stories and that kind of reinforcement that bring me a lot of joy because, it's been a hard time in San Francisco and we've been really disconnected. And we talk about mental health and what people have been through, but I think the challenge is we're not addressing it in a way that helps us to realize the significance. We're just, okay, it's over. It's time to move on. It's like, what does moving on mean? And what is our new normal? Because we're not going to be what we were before this pandemic, but we can be something better. And everything can't be about all the negativity and the divisiveness. We have to bring in joy. We have to bring in excitement, events, activities. San Francisco is a great and a fun city, and we need to make sure that we're introducing that into the conversations as well.
Frustrating part of your job? The most
frustrating. Let me see. The board of supervisors, the commissions, the accountability that I have, yet they are making a lot of the decisions that I have no choice but to implement. But I'm also being held accountable for them more. I mean, that's part of the frustration. Like, I'd love the opportunity to run San Francisco the same way I did during the pandemic, where I was able to be decisive. I didn't have to go through a lengthy process to get permission to do things that needed to be done to save and protect lives. And we're in a very similar situation with the number of overdose deaths, with the number of people who are, some of the crime and other issues, even though our crime numbers are lower than they've been in 10 years, not including the pandemic. But the ability to respond to things is important. rather than go through, for example, like a 9-month process to get permission from the Board of Supervisors to use surveillance technology to deal with the open air drug dealers who are selling poison that is actually killing people, and more so than we had during the pandemic. And we shut the city and the world down for the pandemic. And so we need to respond with the same urgency. So that is probably one of the most frustrating things, is not being able to move as aggressively as I'd like to.
I sat on the stage several months ago with former Mayor Willie Brown, and he said there's no way he could be mayor. Mm-hmm. He said that with all the commissions, with the Board of Supervisors, it's handcuffing the mayor's office. Do you agree with that?
It is, and it's challenging, but it doesn't mean that you just throw up your hands. You either work around it, or you go to the voters, or you build coalitions of people that want to see real change. I mean, the politics have always been, very problematic and very intense. So that's a part of the environment. You just have to accept that part. But what you don't have to accept is, hey, we can't do this because this won't allow us to. It's like, well, what are the options? How can we go around that? It may take a year to do it, because you may have to go to the voters like we're doing with the propositions, but you don't let up. You have to fight for it. You have to push. And it's important to make sure that people understand why those problems exist and what the solutions are. And I think that's really the conversations that are happening now, is a lot of the solutions, which is why we're bringing forth a number of ballot initiatives to talk about solutions and the challenges that we're dealing with.
Historically, and you're a product of this city, so you know it, you've lived it. I'm trying to think back, Ed Lee, Willie Brown, Gavin Newsom, but I can't really think back those mayors, really back to Mayor Feinstein, that have faced such challenging times. I think the late 70s, early 80s in San Francisco when she was mayor, and then right now for you. Do you agree that those are the kind of the most challenging times in the city?
Well, I from what I read in the history books in the 70s, it was a challenging time. And I can speak to the 80s of growing up in public housing. It was like the crime, the homicides, the people who were being killed, and our homicide rate today is, nothing compared to what it used to be. Times were tough then, but I would say that, social media and the internet are playing a different role now more than ever. So it's like the crime is different, and in some cases lower, but the fact that people see it more is creating a feeling of concern and unsafety and challenges around that. So I think it's a different time, and we have different problems, but I know growing up how I heard gunshots regularly. That was a common thing. I went to funerals on a regular basis. Things were really bad, but things are challenging now, but they're just different. And when I say different, we had people who were on drugs, who were on crack and heroin and other things, but now fentanyl is killing people. So it's not like you, in the recovery community and the people that I talk to, like Mimi Silbert from Delancey Street and others, like the challenges of getting people clean and sober and back to the ability to live their lives on their own has been a lot more challenging because of the difference in the drugs that are out there on the streets. And in fact, so many people are dying as a result of it. So I think the pandemic, none of us could have thought a pandemic would have occurred. The stuff around anti-Asian hate, Black Lives Matter, ceasefire. I mean, you go on and on. There've been like real complex, challenging problems. And at the end of the day, like people expect the leader of the city to address them appropriately. And I feel that in many of those cases, and in the comments and the things that I've done and the investments I've made, that I've been a strong leader, a courageous leader in addressing those issues. And yes, I do think, it's been a lot more challenging because I expected to have a little bit more fun on occasion, but that's the job. That's what I signed up for, and we got to keep it moving.
In your opinion, I'd love to hear this. How did we get here? This world-class city with a magical reputation around the world, and yet that's not the case.
Yeah.
Whether it's truth or whether it's just social media spreading this message, whatever the case is, we are struggling with homelessness, economic recovery, crime, whatever you want to say. How did we get here?
So I think part of how we got here has a lot to do with, again, how social media is, and more so during the pandemic, people's own personal experiences on the streets of San Francisco. We, like San Francisco was one of the only cities in the Bay Area that saw even a reduction in our point in time count, 15% reduction in unsheltered homelessness and 3.5% overall, where other places saw it climb. And to put that in perspective, we've seen the numbers climb around homelessness every single point in time count. And this was the first time we saw a reduction, but people still feel, very frustrated over homelessness in San Francisco. And to just kind of add some data points here to give that perspective, we've helped since 2018, since I become mayor, we've helped over 15,000 people exit homelessness. We've helped over 5,000 people out of encampments and places on the streets. We've increased our shelter capacity by 66%. We've increased permanently supportive housing units by over 50%. So the work is still being done, but we're seeing just a tiny dent, which is part of the problem. The desire is to see it completely go away. And it's not just about homelessness anymore nowadays. It's about open air drug use and drug dealing, which needs to be handled completely differently. I think how we got here is before the pandemic, we had a line out the door of people who wanted to build office space because San Francisco was a place everyone wanted to be. It's like San Francisco, venture capitalists, all the work, 5-year waiting list for building office space because there are limits on the number of square footage that you can build on an annual basis. And now we have about a 31% vacancy rate because COVID and work from home has changed. Some of the challenges around safety have been very much problematic. And I think that the attacks on San Francisco have been, just not just San Francisco, but it's like viral videos about the Bay Area have been attributed to San Francisco. I think there's a combination of things where San Francisco just got beat down constantly with a lot of the narrative, with a lot of the things that are going on. But the biggest challenge has been the change in a lot of our policies on a state and local level that have made it more difficult for us to be as aggressive as we need to in enforcing laws, dealing with these challenges. But I do believe, as challenging as things have been, and as much as that narrative was put out there, and the expectation that after a pandemic, we would all of a sudden go back to where we were, now people are starting to see, all of the cloud and the smoke and cloud is clearing. And now folks are saying, wait a minute, San Francisco is where we need to be. This is where the AI capital of the world is. This is where all these great things are happening, innovation, and we want to be a part of it. But we don't just want to be downtown. We want to be in neighborhoods where, we have over 80 AI startups, and many of them are choosing neighborhoods like Hayes Valley, and they're choosing Mission Bay. And that means we have to start thinking differently about our city and where we propose opportunities, especially when we're talking about downtown.
You can talk about statistics and say, hey, crime has dropped, or this is happening, or this is happening. But at some point, whether it's San Francisco residents, voters, or just people around the Bay Area who consider San Francisco as their home also, there's a level of, okay, you can talk about stats, but I can still get my car broken into, or I still see homeless on the streets. How do you get out of that situation?
Yeah, and I think that what's interesting, Raj, and I've been seeing it with a number of the various house parties and meetings and things that I'm going to, I think that in every single instance, people just want to talk about crime and homelessness. And I have been surprised that the conversations that I am having now are about EV charging stations. They're about the city hiring process, the ability and the challenges around planning to get a deck on my home. How sometimes frustrating and dysfunctional city government is in delivering for what they think is important. And it's shifting a tad bit in light of some of the significant changes that we've been making. And I think people are starting to notice the difference. And that's really why we want to make sure that with the ballot measures we're proposing, that we continue that momentum. We are doing more with less. We're getting a lot of help and a lot of support. And I'm really excited about what we've been able to accomplish. And I do understand that people think, well, we want it all to be gone, right? But we need to take a moment and reflect and celebrate our progress, because this progress was not achieved as easily, as people might think it was.
Excuse me, do voters have the patience to hear that? Or is it just, I want to get my home fixed, or excuse me, I want to get the streets cleared and my car not broken into? I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
But when I'm at the ballot box, what comes to my mind?
Yeah, well, I can't speak for the voters. The voters are going to have to speak for themselves. But I think every person is going to have their own individual feeling about their own situation, because, there are some people who are like, thank you, Mayor. And we know this is tough and we know how hard you work. We see the change. I'm getting a lot of different things. And then it's, you know what, I'm not supporting this because this is not okay. And I don't see a change. And there's a problem in front of my store, and my store was broken into, and so on and so forth. So I think it's going to depend on each person's individual experience in San Francisco. But I will say I'm really grateful that, things are starting to change, because, so many people in San Francisco, many of our workforce and folks who are working hard every day, especially, with the state and federal law enforcement agencies, we are finally getting a lot more help, a lot more support to make a real difference. And my hope is that that difference starts to continue and people start to feel differently and more excited about San Francisco.
This kind of cuts into the DNA of San Francisco. Can this city thrive under liberal progressive leadership, or does it need to have a more conservative approach?
I am just not the biggest fan of, because people talk about San Francisco politics and they say liberals, progressives, moderates, conservative. It depends on the situation. It has to be about the policy. And then there's a perception that you either have to be one way completely and you have to stand by, whatever it is you believe, or a complete different way. And I think that's unfair. Crime is one where, and just to give you the perspective of growing up in the Black community, because first of all, the Black community is not monolithic. They're not one thing or another. But at the same time, I know from my perspective and my experience, I was afraid. I was afraid in some instances, and I wanted the police to protect us. But I also didn't want the police to target people unfairly. So I wanted that balance. And to say that, we want to completely get rid of the police and we want to completely eliminate their ability to do their jobs responsibly is not something I subscribe to. So I think that, depending on the subject matter or the issue, there's more conservative or moderate or liberal views on any given day. And I think that the sad reality is how it seems people are constantly, especially in the political world, trying to say you belong to one camp or the other, rather than how do we continue to work together on the issues that matter. And I'll give you a perfect example. Supervisor Hillary Ronen, we have been working very well together on some really great things involving small businesses with first year free, where we give small businesses, we waive the fees for the first year to get more businesses open. Over 5,000 applications with 3,600 new businesses and neighborhoods that have opened. We work together on the fencing issue in the Mission and the place where you see all these people, they set up shop and they're selling a bunch of stolen goods. Under state law, we cannot use police to directly enforce. And she has been working with me and working with the state legislatures to try and make some adjustments to that law so that we can use our officers to enforce. So I think that, again, when we work together, no matter, what our differences are, what our beliefs are, we can accomplish a lot.
There's two props. We'll get to them in a moment. Prop E and Prop F that are emblematic of a lot of the issues you're talking about, of what you can and cannot do to improve the city. Before we get to that, the latest poll came out. This is all about politics, right? This is right up your alley, of the mayoral race. Mm-hmm. And it has Mark Farrell, number one for a small group they asked, London Breed, and Daniel Lurie. How do you digest polls? on an election year?
Well, polls are important because, like they're reaching out to actual voters to ask a number of questions, but, sometimes people skew the questions in the way that they want. But I take those into consideration to, of course, get at the meat of where the challenges are and how I, as a mayor, need to address the challenges that some of these people believe that I'm not addressing. And that's my goal, is to use polls like this as not a way to feel defeated or beat, but as an opportunity to learn, to grow, and to make sure that we, between now and Election Day, are able to change people's minds about how they might be feeling about me and the city.
Mark Farrell said, I just talked to him, I think last week, and he said, if we take an aggressive stance from the mayor's office, we can clear the tent encampments. Now, candidates,
again?
Mark Farrell.
Who's been where?
So
for the last couple of years?
As candidates, you can say a lot of these things. Tell me, is that possible?
Well, here's the thing. People say a lot of things, like we can instantly clear 10 encampments. And I think you reported on the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeal when we were at a point where we could not even move people. We're in a different situation where we have clarity on the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeal. So we can move people only if we offer them shelter, which is what we do. We have always led with services. And it's one of the reasons why on Van Ness Avenue and places that used to have a lot of encampments, why we're able to be as aggressive as we have been in getting people indoors and getting them off the street rather than shuffling them from this place to that place to this place. But the fact is, they have certain rights. And there's a Supreme Court decision that's being discussed right now. And it may overturn some of these challenges that we have where we should be able to enforce sit-lie. We should be able to enforce some of the laws that have been approved by the voters of San Francisco. But right now, unfortunately, not all of them can be enforced. And there is no way that our city workforce is going to be able to go out there and violate the law in order to move encampments. But at the same time, over 5,000 of those encampments that have been, like people in those encampments have been moved out of these encampments off the streets. We used to see under the freeway large encampments. We used to see in certain parts of the city and exits and entrances, there used to be encampments, like bigger encampments more in the city. There are still some in the city, but we've been working really hard to get people indoors in treatment and get them the help and the support they need. And the pandemic, we had to exit all of our shelters because, of outbreaks with COVID and other things, but we've gradually been able to move people indoors and deal with a lot of those problems. Easier said than done. And if it could be done, it would have been done already. It is something that every mayor candidate talks about. They talk about, I'm going to end homelessness. I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. And then when you start, even I was like, I'm going to tackle this problem. And yes, we've been able to help over 15,000 people exit homelessness on the streets of San Francisco. But we have never had one point in time count where we've had, it's always been about 8,000 with about half of that on the streets of San Francisco. We've never even had a point in time count with 15,000 people. So what does that say? It is something that we have to deal with differently. It can't just be about offering services, offering support. It's homeward bound and getting people back to, families and friends in other places that they coming from. It's, Proposition F, where we're saying, if you want money from the city, you need to be in treatment. It's about making sure that all of these services that we're providing, that we're also pushing for accountability and not just allowing anything to go. People will say what you want to hear, but at the end of the day, we are trying to do what's necessary, which has made a lot of people very uncomfortable. It's made people uncomfortable that I was willing to arrest not just drug dealers, but drug users. It's made people uncomfortable with the ballot measures that we're proposing because, again, the goal is, it's like, look, we want to help you. We're a compassionate city and we will do all we can to help you, but we cannot just let anything go because of whatever reasons people believe we should allow this to exist on the streets of San Francisco.
How do you fire back, whether it's Mark Farrell or whoever you're running against, to say, hey, that's really not within your jurisdiction, or at least within your powers? Do you wait for a mayoral debate, or how do you get back to this?
So I wouldn't say that it's not within your powers as much as, it's more complicated, right? So once we got clarity from the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeal, because the criticism was all of a sudden the streets are clean for APEC, but the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeal clarification that says, if I say, hey, Raj, I have a place for you, and you say, no, I don't want it, but technically I offered you a place so you are no longer involuntarily homeless. And what that means is in the past, before the clarification, we had to walk away. We couldn't do anything. Now we can say, well, you know what? We have under another lawsuit, we have to bag and tag your stuff. That's a whole process. We have to document stuff. It's a whole thing. And we can move you from the area. We can ask you to leave the area. We can't force you into our program or our treatment, but we can clear the streets. We can clean the streets. And that continues to be the struggle, because the people who are like mostly on the streets, I mean, I'll give you a perfect example. Up by the DMV, we have had 100 interactions with most of those people where the DMV is. Fell and Oak and Broderick in that area. We've cleaned and cleared and moved, and that has been really tough because we can't force people. When we'll see what happens with the overturning of this, the Grants Pass decision at the Supreme Court in June. But until then, we have no other way to force people off the streets in San Francisco. They move, we can force them off to move, and we clean the sidewalks, and they just move across the street another. But we need to be able to compel people into support and into treatment. And we need the ability to enforce sit-lie, no sleeping on the sidewalks. We need the tools in order to make sure that we can be more aggressive.
Is that going to happen, you think, in the next...
It could. I mean, this is a very conservative Supreme Court, so the likelihood that it could happen, and that will, as much as, again, we lead with compassion, we have to be, especially with people that we constantly are engaged with, we need the tools to be able to force them indoors, especially when we have a place for them to go.
Two big props here in San Francisco. Prop E essentially gives more power to SFPD, the police department here. It amends or knocks down, wherever your point of view is here, oversight, accountability, and transparency. The ACLU opposes this. Why are you for it?
Proposition
E.
Yes.
Prop E.
So Proposition E, I actually put on the ballot.
Correct.
And I put on the ballot after, some of the, and I'll start with the small businesses. So there have been a number of break-ins all over the city of many of our small businesses. And in a couple of cases, because some of these small businesses have camera surveillance technology, and you see on the technology, the break-in going on, I guess the alarm being triggered, the police are coming, they're pulling up. In one case, they pulled up as the person is coming out of the location, jumping into their car and took off. And then the police stayed there. And so people were like, this is not an uncommon thing. It happened in North Beach. It happened in the Richmond. It has happened in the middle of the night in different neighborhoods of San Francisco. And the frustration that people have had is, why isn't the police doing anything? It's the middle of the night. And our pursuit policy is such that unless it's a violent felony, our police department cannot pursue. And so in those particular cases, they can't. And that has been my frustration with, I have always supported reforms to our police department. I led on reforms as a member of the Board of Supervisors, but we need to, some of these have gone too far, and giving our police officers the ability to pursue when safe to do so, because they're not stupid. They know how to do their jobs. Giving them the ability to do it when safe to do so is what this ballot measure says, but also providing 21st century technology. When people call 911, there are cities that have technology where a drone can show up for a particular call, and you get eyes instantly on the situation to know, oh, this person's going through whatever. We need to send a paramedic. We need to send this. We need to send that. I love the idea of having that drone technology, or even when it's not safe to pursue a suspect, then that's where the drones can come in. And so drone technology, surveillance technology, and when I talk about surveillance technology, part of what we went through this 9-month process to get the board to approve our ability to tap into and get permission from private property owners to use their camera systems to do surveillance technology. We made 64 arrests just in the 6-month period, including 2 homicide suspects and a lot of drug dealers in the Tenderloin community. And our goal is to be able to use technology to combat crime, to deal with the challenges that people want to see us deal with, to cut down on the bureaucratic paperwork that takes our police officers off the street, and to make sure that there is a clear understanding with the public of what a process, of what a policy actually will mean for their public safety. Because what happens in San Francisco, the police commission will make a decision, and the police department, the officers will say, well, how do we fold that into our already existing policies? And things become a little bit more confusing. But more importantly, the public is like, why can't they? Or why isn't this happening? Or why isn't that happening? And we need to make sure that we make it clear to the public when we're making significant changes, the policies that are going to impact public safety.
Is it frustrating for you? Can you have it both ways when you talk within the community, hey, we want a safe city, but yet the rules are our police department can't do certain things? We ran that clip on NBC. You didn't watch because you don't watch TV. But
I don't watch the news at night.
But the optics of that was we see the police the officer there, and they're just standing, in their car, and the bad guys are getting away.
Yeah.
And that's what gets people frustrated.
Yes.
Whether you live in the city limits or around the Bay Area, because we all share the city in a great way. Can you have it both ways? We want to progressive, make sure we have our rights, but then again, it's too much. We're crossing the line here.
Well, and going back to the pursuits, because I know that there are a lot of people who are always concerned, about innocent bystanders when it comes to pursuits. Now, there was a particular situation in the middle of the day, car break-ins on Alamo Square. The police got there, the guy took off, and the police did not pursue. It was appropriate for the police not to pursue because it was, the streets were packed with people. Anything could have happened, but the drone technology could have been used in that particular case. Whereas the thing that happened at North Beach and the Richmond and some of these other places where these small businesses were broken into, it's like 2, 3, 4 in the morning. There aren't people on the streets, and the ability to pursue a suspect in that case should be able to happen. And I think that the goal is not to, just completely abandon our police reforms. The goal is to make adjustments to help address some of the challenges that we're seeing as a result of these policies.
Are you optimistic that Prop E will pass?
I'm hopeful that I am hopeful that Prop E will pass, and I think it will be a strong message. Honestly, to the police commission in particular, that they really need to listen to the public and not focus on ideology, but focus on safety. And to be clear, it's, this city has been a leader on progressive police reforms. We've made significant change. And as a result, we've time and distance and officer involved shootings and all of those things that some other places are still dealing with. San Francisco is not having that kind of problem, but we're getting to a point where things are becoming too nitpicky. And it's, even with the Department of Police Accountability, it's, using profanity or not wearing your seatbelt. And to me, it's like that. Those are HR related issues that should be addressed by the department and their captains and other things. And, when you talk about an officer involved shooting or police misconduct, that's a whole nother ballgame. And that's really what people wanted to see change in the department. But I do believe that in some cases we've gone too far, which is why I put Proposition E on the ballot.
Prop F, another prop that I believe you introduced, correct?
Yes.
It would mandate drug screenings for welfare recipients. So I'm getting money from the city, and if I do get money, I have to be drug screened, is
Yes.
what you're saying. And if you fail that test, you're entered into a free treatment program. If you don't go, then you get no more cash.
Yes.
What's the pushback? Who are you getting the pushback?
Well, the pushback seems to be coming from, again, I think the ACLU and folks who feel as if forced treatment is problematic and not a solution. But I would like to talk about where this came from and who actually supports it. Because again, my upbringing, I mean, I have a lot of people that I've known for many, many years who suffer from addiction, who were those drug addicts in the Tenderloin, who fortunately, in some cases, are now clean and sober and are in the Tenderloin every day trying to help people and trying to help get people into treatment. And so my work with them has led to this ballot measure because they wanted me to take a stronger stance. And after numerous conversations, I mean, we've funded abstinence-based programs. We have buprenorphine, which is also very helpful to address the cravings. We have been providing resources and services around treatment. And one of the things that they said is we need to make sure that getting help is easier than getting drugs, and getting drugs is too easy. And we want the city to be more aggressive. And that's where this came from, is to say, for those who are getting money, if you want to continue to get that money, you need to be in treatment. And treatment is not just about a bed. It's, you know, about maybe one of our 13 clinics and getting help and support there. It's trying to introduce accountability to the equation in a way that's going to help save somebody's life.
Yeah.
And that's what this is about. And it's coming from former addicts. It's coming from people who are in recovery, including people like Mimi Silbert, who supports this kind of approach. And we need to start, you know, like folks are like, well, you need more of this, you need, there are all kinds of excuses for what we need to do or what will or won't work. But what I do know, in light of the significance of this issue, we need to be as aggressive as we can to address it. And that's what Proposition F represents.
There's about 5,200 San Francisco residents that receive monthly payments from the city. About a third of the 5,200 have a drug problem. So that's probably some of the genesis that you're trying to get at here.
Yeah, and the third of those people are the ones that self-identify. Yeah. They're the ones who say, yes, I have a problem, right? And I'll tell you a couple of things to dispel some of the myths. Number one, you know, people are saying, well, what if they can't get into a program? We're not going to just take away their money unless we're able to commit them into a program. And again, the program can be an outpatient program or any other program for that matter. You're going to require testing. And now if the program that they choose requires testing, then yes, they have to follow the guidelines of the program. But our screening approach does not require testing. It does not require sobriety. The whole point is accountability. The other thing that comes up is we're going to take away people their housing opportunities. Now, most of these people, we're probably already paying for their housing, and we have the ability under state law to pay, like, for example, if there's someone who's living independently, we can use these resources to directly pay for housing and not necessarily give them money directly. And so this is not about trying to create a bigger problem with homelessness, but this is, you know, in all honesty, to start cutting off the supply and where people think San Francisco is the place to come to because it's so easy to get drugs. I don't want people to think, well, I'll go to San Francisco because, you know, because then we're bearing also the brunt of the challenges with overdose deaths and other things. And I am trying to cut off the supply chain here. And that's a part of why Proposition F is so important.
E and F, if they pass, is that going to be a political win for you going into the election in November?
I think that it'll be a big win for the city. And as I have always said, you know, when I ran for this office, I mean, people have the right to run. People have the right to support who they want to support. What I am always going to focus on is doing the best job that I can do for San Francisco. And also, you know, doing what I had hoped other people when I was growing up in San Francisco would have done for me. And that is to not let the politics dictate what you do, but to be a responsible leader of San Francisco in whatever capacity. And, you know, my hope is that people start to see and feel a difference. But I also realize, you know, it's politics, it's an election year, and those are the kinds of things that go with the territory. But I think regardless, these are going to be big wins for San Francisco.
You're a fighter. You like to say that yourself. Is this going to be a nice a fight for the next several months?
Oh yeah, it's going to be a fight. And again, I want to bring it back to, I still have a job to do, right? So I still have a job to do. And my goal is to try and spend my time, the majority of my time, doing everything I can to do this job and to hopefully do it well enough that people start to see and feel a difference and start to feel better about San Francisco. That's my goal. But I don't shy away from a fight. I'm open to that. I think this also provides an opportunity for me to make sure that I am communicating exactly what I am doing. I'm communicating exactly the progress we've made or the challenges that we may have or what have you, because it opens the door for people, to see and to decide. Because I go back to the pandemic, I go back to everything that we've been going through for the past couple of years. It's been hard. It's been a hard job. It's been frustrating. I don't know if I would have felt like I would have wanted to do this during a pandemic or with some of the challenges that existed. And the sad reality is there are people running now that were just MIA, nowhere to be found during our toughest time in San Francisco, but yet they know what to do when they could have offered some help and some support during a time where it was really hard. And I think that people will get a chance to see and make their own decisions based on what they believe they want to see happen with San Francisco. And I'm really excited about what that entails and looking forward to the opportunity to get on stage and to battle it out, and may the best lady win.
We have some great audience questions. I'll get to that in a moment. Is it even worth your time to go try to convince a voter that just says, forget it, I don't want the current mayor just because of what's happened in the city, so I just want some sort of alternative? Do you even engage in those conversations?
Well, I think that, when I first got elected, one of the things I made clear is I don't just represent the people who elected me. I represent the people of San Francisco. And it's not about the vote. It's like I still have to be available to deal with the challenges of San Francisco. I still have to work with people that I know are openly opposing me or against me. They're San Franciscans, whether it's the business leaders, whether it's different communities, what have you. The board of supervisors, and I still work with people, because at the end of the day, if we can just find what we agree on or what we're trying to solve for or whatever that issue is, then I'm okay with coming to the table no matter what. It can't just be about who's going to support you. It has to be about running the city, and separately campaigning is a different story, but running the city, I don't deviate from my desires to continue to build bridges and good working relationships, like I'm surprisingly doing with some of the members of the Board of Supervisors who, I've had a lot of challenges with.
Okay, some audience questions now. We've got some really good ones. Mayor Breed, San Francisco is a world-class city. I think we all know that. What other world-class cities have you traveled to recently and learned from to improve San Francisco?
Well, I will say I don't get to travel very much. Like when I leave, if I leave San Francisco for any reason, which I haven't been able to, I have to leave a member of the Board of Supervisors in charge. And at one point, I only had one option, so I don't get out much. But a couple of years back, when we were trying to drill up some support and tourism and other things, we did travel to, I think we went to Amsterdam at one point. And one of the things I loved about being there is I loved they had a lot of people, but they had this great transportation network with bikes, with buses, with cars, and it was chaotic, but it seemed to work. And so I want to make sure that San Francisco, as we start to build more housing, as we start thinking about how our city becomes, of course, more affordable, that we're thinking about our transportation network. And also New York is another example of downtown. New York, many years ago after 9/11, they decided that they were going to do something a little bit different rather than the 9 to 5 financial district, and become more of a neighborhood and more of a place to live. And that's where we are with San Francisco's downtown. Downtown poses so many incredible opportunities. It's why, I put the information out there about a soccer arena. There's the possibility of, some of you might have remembered Sutro baths, like there are European day bath spas that are interested in the downtown, and also housing. And being able to convert some of these buildings, not all of them, I know that they don't meet the criteria necessarily, but we have identified at least 8 buildings that meet the criteria where they could be converted to housing. And also, right now, biotech and the world of technology is booming. We have a 31% office vacancy rate, but we have a 3.7% vacancy rate for lab space. And so the ability to convert some of these buildings that have the taller ceiling height for those purposes could be possible. And thinking of downtown as something more than the 9 to 5 financial district, thinking of downtown as a place of opportunity. And this is what I'm trying to get especially the business community to focus on, is how do we all come together and really work together rather than the one-offs, and build on, a vision of downtown that will make it the envy of the world, because we have all the makings for what's possible, but we have to be open-minded about the transition, which also includes, the city getting out of the way and making changes to our policies, which I've already done. One of the first policies that I changed was to allow for conversions. The inclusionary numbers we decreased because we wanted to incentivize people to transition those buildings into housing, and also getting rid of certain requirements for new development like open space. And there's no way in a building that's already built that we're going to be able to meet the requirements. So why are we having the conversation about it? So a lot of what we have to do with the city, because in the past, we never had to work for it.
Yeah.
We didn't have to work for office space and business. We never had to work for tourism. We never had to work for conventions. And now we got to work for it. So it's not, charge everyone all the taxes in the world and, add this layer of bureaucracy, and everyone has to jump through these hurdles for 20 years in order to build one building. It's like, no, we have to adjust our thinking, our mindset. And now everything is about incentivizing and getting people excited about these new opportunities. That's why Prop C is on the ballot, which basically says if you transfer or you build housing or you in an existing building, we will waive the transfer tax. It's another way to incentivize people to want to do something different with their properties in downtown, because downtown has got to become something different. And that is what I'm pushing for. It's why I'm making all kinds of changes and providing all kinds of incentives, because I know we can get there, and it can be an exciting thing for us.
We have a Prop C question actually from the audience. Under Prop C, would developers be required to allocate a percentage to affordable housing units, or would it be 100% luxury housing?
So it would be the same rules would apply. And just to be clear, we lowered our inclusionary numbers. And in fact, the Warfield is converting its office space to housing as a result of that, which I'm excited about. But it would still have the same inclusionary requirements based on the number of units that are being converted. So it fits within the same scope of the laws.
This goes back to something you also mentioned from the audience. It seems that many of the folks using drugs and receiving better
of what has happened in terms of the explosion of drug use and drug dealing, and also how much money the city spends on a lot of resources to help people, and how oftentimes we are carrying the burden for a lot of other places. And so I want to make sure that San Francisco doesn't continue that reputation of being known for that place for drugs, for support services and all those other things. But I can't control, how people come here or not, but we do have Homeward Bound, where we try to reconnect people with their relatives to get them back home. And we have some other initiatives that we try to work on to help deal with that. But that's definitely
challenging.
It's challenging, but that's why we can't save the world in San Francisco. So we need to start dialing it back.
Another question from the audience. I feel like you are the grown-up in the room most of the time.
That's my new favorite person.
What is the single most persuasive thing that we can say to advocate for your reelection?
Whew.
Good question.
Oh, that's a good question. Single most thing? Oh, that's a hard one. I think in light of what's happening in public safety, I think probably one of the most single important, I think it goes back to the pandemic and having emergency authority to do more. And despite the challenges that exist now, still I'm able to have some of the lowest crime numbers we've seen in the past 10 years in San Francisco, not including 2020 during the global pandemic. So we are seeing change, we're seeing progress. I think pointing to some of the data could potentially help. I'm not sure. It might be something different for different people, but I think what's going to happen with my reelection is I am going to have those hard conversations with people. I think I'm going to have to get into the rooms. I'm going to have to do the debates and have the conversations. I mean, there are people who are definitely going to feel how they feel, but I do think it's important to have conversations like this so that we can really get to the heart of some of these issues. And, I don't know how simple of it is an answer other than I'm the grown-up in the room, like you said.
Few more minutes here. San Francisco is a Republican punching bag, perpetuating a false reality to the American people. People cringe when they learn that I'm from San Francisco. How do you stop or counter that perception? A lot of it is perception, but there is a lot of reality as well.
Well, I think, San Francisco is because, this city has produced stars in the Democratic Party like, Kamala Harris, Gavin Newsom, Nancy Pelosi, people who, Feinstein, people who have been trailblazers in the party and are, they come out of San Francisco and they take off. And, Gavin, we all know is people are talking about he can be the next president. And, all these conversations are happening. And I think that sadly, there are a lot of folks who are using San Francisco in that way, especially because Fox News is really always on the hunt here in San Francisco for that story that they can take and run with. And it's unfortunate and it's unfair. But I will say what I'm grateful for is that when we hosted APEC in San Francisco, when we hosted Dreamforce, when we've hosted events, and in fact, you may not believe this, but I have a lot of elected leaders who are Republicans who come to San Francisco. I don't tell anybody that they're here. But what's happening, people are coming to San Francisco. They're like, it's not what everyone's saying. It's not, it's like, wait, this exists where I'm from. It's actually, worse. Like, what are people talking about? So those conversations are starting to happen. And I think, the perception is finally catching up, or the headlines are finally catching up to the perception. I mean, The Economist just did a big story. The Wall Street Journal and other folks are talking about the great comeback in San Francisco this and San Francisco that. And, it's finally starting to the headlines and the media are starting to pay attention. And I think the challenge with some of these stories is oftentimes they're written by people who don't live here, who are journalists who don't have the San Francisco experience, and they try to find through the various videos and things they see on social media a way to kind of attack San Francisco. But I think that things are turning around, and so now you're starting to have San Franciscans who are saying, wait a minute, and putting up stuff on social media about this great event or their great experience or this fun or this activity, even though the problems have not gone away. Things are changing and people are starting to feel it. In that same poll that talked about me, 70% of those people who were polled said they feel safe in their neighborhoods in San Francisco, which included neighborhoods all over the city. So I think that, it's still an uphill battle to get change around what people have been saying about San Francisco. And we have to continue. We can't let up, even if we see things are changing, the numbers are getting better. This is, again, goes back to these propositions, because the need to continue down that path is so important, and it requires making those kinds of changes. So we're always going to be that, but my hope is that we demonstrate by all the great things we have going on here who we actually are.
Things can turn around quickly, I believe.
Yes.
What more can the city do to help the families, children, and small businesses in the Tenderloin and feel safe and thrive?
Yes.
That's a really tough question.
Yes. And that is a tough question. And most, Tenderloin has been one of the hardest things I've had to deal with, because it's been really emotional for me, hearing from these families and having the conversations about the environment that they're living in. And I think, the day has gotten a lot better compared to what it used to be, but the night is still very much problematic. And what this means is, and this is part of why I have these ballot measures, is it has a lot to do with the Tenderloin, and it has a lot to do with the families in the Tenderloin. We have a lot of immigrant families. We have a lot of business owners. We have folks I grew up with who used to struggle with addiction, who have challenges, and they live in the Tenderloin and they want safety. And so we need to deliver it with them. And I think some of the surveillance technology that we've been using in the Tenderloin that has helped us make those 64 arrests have been really helpful. And we need to continue down that path. And the people there, they want it, but I will say that they're not, my experience is, they're not as loud as most people, because they're also living in fear. Yeah. And it's not fair for them to have to live like that. So that's why I would, no matter what happens with elections or anything else, I won't stop doing what I need to do to try and protect the people of the Tenderloin, especially the families, the seniors, the kids, by using surveillance technology and other tools in order to combat the open air drug dealing and the drug using. We've arrested over 2,000 people. And you know what? The U.S. Attorney's Office is helping us. The Drug Enforcement Agency is helping us, and the California Highway Patrol. And I'm taking all the hits for bringing in these resources. But in the absence of our police department's ability to do certain things, because under the police commission, things have changed, we are using other resources to help combat the problems of the Tenderloin. And every person who's a part of the California Highway Patrol that's been helping with San Francisco, they all volunteered for this assignment. And so we're going to continue down those means, and we know that Prop E will be a huge help in the efforts that we need to do there.
You have the right team in place in terms of your DA, Brooke Jenkins, and your police chief, Bill Scott?
Oh, let me tell you something. First of all, our DA has been great. She's been doing an absolutely wonderful job. She's gotten drug convictions, homicide convictions, retail theft convictions, so much so that people are saying, wait a minute, I don't want to go through this court process. I will plead out. She's holding people accountable a lot differently than people have been held accountable before. It's been great. Our police chief has had a lot of challenges. And when I say a lot of challenges, crime, we know, has been very much problematic. But the work that we have been doing with the additional help and the support that we have gotten from the different agencies that I've mentioned, they've been a game changer. The $17 million that we got for retail theft that we're using for our district attorney's office and for our officers to make arrests in those big crews that run into these different stores to combat retail theft. It's been a game changer. Fake car operations, game changer. Like all the work that the department has been doing has been contributing to the success in how we're combating crime. And Police Chief Bill Scott has been really a leader around reforms. He's been a leader on a lot of the challenges that have existed, and he has kept us focused on following the law. And that's an important part of it, because a lot of the policies for the department has changed, and it's required us to do things differently. And I want to just say something, since you brought up the police chief and the DA. I know some people are like, I'll fire the police chief. Trust me, the police chief is tired and ready to go. But at the same time, he's focused on the work, and he cares about this city, and he supports San Francisco. But you know what will happen if he leaves? This commission will be responsible for sending 3 names to the mayor. This is not a commission that I want 3 names from. We'll be just like Oakland. We'll be just like Oakland, sitting on a acting police chief because of the kinds of people that they will send my way. So it's easy to say you're going to do something, but it's harder to do it. And that's why this dysfunctional system of commissions, being able to have the ability, like the mayor, any mayor should have the ability to hire and fire department heads, not commissions that are appointed. And especially my commissioners who are appointed but by me, the 4 that I appoint, but then approved by the Board of Supervisors. And so I've had police commissioners consistently rejected, very competent, capable, well-respected people to serve on this body, rejected by the Board of Supervisors. So it's easier said than done, but the mayor is always held accountable for all of these decisions. And look, I signed up for the job, so I take full responsibility. But at the end of the day, what I did during the pandemic, when I was able to exercise kind of executive authority in an appropriate way, is exactly the way that this city should be running on a regular basis. And if we want substantive change, then we need to make adjustments to the charter and to a lot of these layered rules that impede any executive's ability to not run this city like it should be run, like a company, in making decisions. So I wanted to put that out there so that folks can understand it's more complicated than what people say in a little soundbite.
Yeah, which is very true. And you talk about Oakland, they've been without a full-time police chief for more than a year now because of that police commission. And I speak with the mayor there quite often. The person who said they wanted to fire the police chief here was one of your opponents, Mark Farrell, who said the first thing he would do was fire Police Chief Bill Scott. So that's the genesis of that.
And he said it during Black History Month, too. He could have waited till March.
As we wrap up, by the way, we had great questions from the audience. We really appreciate it. As we wrap up, what have you learned in the several years you've been in the mayor's office about yourself? Not about the city, about yourself.
I think I've learned how resilient I am. Because I will tell you, the pandemic, I keep going back to that because it was lonely. It was really lonely. I was running the city. I was doing the work. I was making these hard decisions. I learned that I was really resilient, but I also learned the value of what my grandmother taught me. And the reason people go back to, oh, you were the first major, mayor in the major city to shut down and stuff. And that came from like the strength of my grandmother, who was always a protector. And so I felt like, oh my goodness, I have to protect the people of San Francisco. So as much as it was hard to say no to the Warriors in playing another game and no to all these people who wanted me to say yes, to let them just do this one event one time, all I can think about was, what if? And what happens if, people aren't able to get a respirator on my watch? And so throughout that process, I think it made me definitely a stronger leader, a more decisive leader, and also more enthusiastic than ever before for a re-election, because I want to actually enjoy. I want to enjoy this new wave of enthusiasm and excitement because of how hard things have been. And I really want to usher in hopefulness and optimism and excitement about San Francisco, because I know we're tired of folks, trying to criticize us, trying to kick us when we're down. And it's time for us to bring in the joy, the excitement, the fact that we survived this pandemic, and now it's time for San Francisco to thrive and to transform. And what I do is I remind us of who we are. I mean, we created the television in San Francisco. The iPhone was introduced. The cable car was created, like innovative things, AI capital of the world, the clap-on and the Chia Pet. I mean, we do it all in San Francisco. And so it's so important to stop letting other people try to define who we are. It's time for us to take back that narrative and make sure that people understand that this is a resilient city, where we take freeways on Embarcadero after earthquake, tear it down, and create this beautiful walkway, runway, a place where people can enjoy. This is the city where, as we start to see our recovery, we're going to take downtown and turn it into possibly a soccer stadium, housing, a new neighborhood with office and all these new innovative industries that want to be a part of San Francisco. So what I want to be able to do is make sure we remember that. And what I learned about myself is when I'm ready to roll up my sleeves and make it happen, there's nothing that can stop me.
Mayor Bree, thank you. In closing, I just want to say your passion and dedication to the city is very admirable. Appreciate your time this afternoon.
Thank you, Raj.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Thank you.
Mayor London Breed.
Thank you.
Today's live stream is being brought to you by Clari-T Media. Support the San Francisco Dreamkeeper Initiative, recognizing and investing in the diverse Black and African American communities of San Francisco with a wide range of programs to support youth, families, seniors, and members of the Black LGBTQ+ communities. Dreamkeeper San Francisco is fostering hope for generations of Black people to feel free to dream boldly. Visit dreamkeepersf.org today.
Hi, my name is Taylor. I'm the founder of Taylor J Collection. We are a women's contemporary clothing brand located right here in Oakland, California. The journey of a woman comes with many changes, and that's why we are very intentional about all of our designs and collections. We make sure to provide elevated comfort, sustainability, versatility, and of course, style. If you're in the Bay Area, come by, say hi, and take some comfy pieces home to add to your closet. Shop with us online at taylorjcollection.com.
Tune in weekdays to the Bay Area Mental Health Hour on YouTube, Instagram, and on Facebook. You'll find us covering issues surrounding your everyday coping skills and your mental health and wellness. And remember, your mental health matters as much as your physical health.
Art on Market Street program started in 1992. The goal of the series was to bring contemporary art to an audience who might not normally be exposed to contemporary art. For 2023, we chose comics as the medium to highlight San Francisco in some way through the comic medium. So it could be personal stories, it could be fictional, it could be science fiction, history.
I'm Minnie Fan. I'm an illustrator and a writer. I grew up all over the Bay Area, and my poster series is called No History, No Self. I have been drawing since I was, probably 4 or 5. It's just a core memory. I just remember painting my apron in kindergarten. You know, like kids would paint their easels, and I would suddenly start painting myself. It was cartoons that got me really excited. In my life, my homes were not very consistent, but what was on TV was consistent. There was always XYZ channel with XYZ cartoons. So I'd put a piece of paper on the TV and like wait for the cartoons to freeze or something, and I start to try to trace really fast. So I remember actually getting really into anime as a kid, as a young person, because it was one of the few avenues for Asian American expression that I could find that I could really relate to. And my project is I'm highlighting 6 Asian American trailblazers whose life was tied to the city of San Francisco. They all have different types of art, like different forms of art expression. But I've noticed through the research that there's a common thread that connects them all, which is this desire to, I think, live life authentically, organically, doing something they love, something they believe in. I made it 2 art students learning about art history and about their place in art with the context of learning about their predecessors.
Ruth Asawa is synonymous with the city of San Francisco. There's a school named after her and 9 public art commissions viewable around the city.
Wasn't she also on a stamp?
Her art was in 2020. Do you think Asawa knew she'd become a famous artist?
Nah. I think she was like hundreds of other artists in the city, just doing what they love. The prestige of art is alluring, but when there isn't an audience or income, why do we still make art?
Well, I guess because we seek to know ourselves. And one has to believe, like Asawa, we make art for a lifetime, not just a career. I think for some, art is like breathing. It's how we know we're alive.
It is so incredible to do this project and recognize the stories and the experience that connects generations, the full experience of being an artist.
Comics have a very rich history in San Francisco, even from like early 20th century. We also wanted to open up public art opportunities to artists who don't normally apply to public art.
I hope that someone reads or notices something in the comic and that it stays with them for a bit. It lingers and they chew on it and think about it. And it may not make a big impact or a difference, but it's something that opens up a door or starts a conversation or is the beginning of something. I like for it to be a start, whether it's a start of research or the start of pondering, what does it mean to be an artist? And how do I decolonize my mind?
If you'd like to be a guest or suggest show ideas, drop us an email or a direct message. We'd love to hear from you. Clari-T Media, human stories, grassroots solutions. Subscribe, like, follow, and share. The Bay Area Mental Health Hour, Clari-T Conversations and We the People. Building trust for the first time. Out of chaos comes clarity. Clari-T Media.
Like a spot, just winning. Media life spinning.
San Francisco, fair on your hills, my city, fair as the queen of old, supreme when her 7-hilled splendor, you from your golden gate of gold, facing the orient sunburst, swathed in the sunset gleams, throned in ultimate glory. You're a city of mist and a city of dreams. Welcome to the 10th anniversary of the closing ceremony, the Black History Celebration of San Francisco. Let's give yourselves a round of applause. We want you to feel inspired. We want you to feel uplifted. And we want you to feel curious about the history of this wonderful city by the bay and how Black history is San Francisco history. We're celebrating the trailblazers. You know, people that came from San Francisco have been still coming from the gold rush era to World War II, when tens of thousands of African Americans, including my parents, came to San Francisco as part of the Great Migration. They came from the South. They came from cities to the Northwest and the Midwest and the West. They came for a better way of life. They came to celebrate their gifts. And by the end of World War II, the Fillmore District had earned the title of Harlem of the West. Now, although the numbers of African Americans have dwindled and have decreased in years, there is no way, no how, that we can erase the proud ancestors who made this city what it is today. No way. Tonight, we will embrace the many colors and hues of those ancestors because you see, they left the stones behind. And many of us take for granted as we travel through the city, we don't know where those stones are led, but they are. Those stones are right there for us to see. And tonight, I'm going to bring out a few of them. Did you know we had trailblazers such as this amazing gentleman by the name of William Alexander Leysdorf? Yes. Aha, somebody knows who he was. He was a brother. And in the 1800s, he was one of the earliest African Americans to come to California. He was one of the founders of this city. Yes, a Black man. There's a street named for him, and it's on this 2-block alley between Montgomery and Sansom Street. And we often pronounce it wrong. I know I've been calling it Leysdorf for years, but it's Leidesdorf. Let's say it together. Leidesdorf. Kind of sounds a little German, huh? Do you think they know he really was a brother? Anyway, we'll have to do a 23andMe later on. Yes, those stones have been laid. If you go to 465 California Street, in 1857, there was a California Savings Land Association building. And Brenda, you ought to know about this. Where's Brenda at? Brenda, Miss Wells Fargo? It was called California Savings Land Association, but it's now called the Merchants Exchange Building. And that was the site of the very first African-American owned bank in San Francisco. Its president, a brother, Henry Collins, was one of the wealthiest Black leaders and owned lots of land in the city. There's a lot of city history around, and if I was a smart person, I'd get myself a van and do a San Francisco Black History tour. You think it would work? There's a whole lot of flora and fauna to see right now. Yes, yes, yes. We're working on it. You know, COVID wreaked havoc on all of our cities, and COVID did a number on San Francisco and Oakland and all the nearby cities. But you know what? That wasn't the first time. San Francisco was destroyed by fire, not once, not twice, but 7 times in between 1849 and 1851. If you use your imagination, can you imagine the people there having to build the city all over again? 7 times. And each time the people rebuilt, they tried more and more methods and high-tech methods to prevent fire damage in the future. 1906 earthquake, once again. It happened in 1989 with the earthquake. But we've got to learn from our history, and we need to learn from our disasters. Am I right about it? No? We just gonna let the city just mess up? We have to learn from our disasters and learn how those people had a mind to rebuild the city. We're not in a construction era, we're in a reconstruction era. And as soon as we accept that, we can work together to keep dreaming, keep innovating, keep creating, keep fighting, not one another, but keep fighting for this city and fighting to make it a better city in the future by looking at the history of our past. And African Americans were right there in that history. So I'd like you to leave inspired tonight and ready to work, because San Francisco has long been the inspiration for many people, and they're still coming. A Black woman came to the city back in the 40s, and in the 50s, she became the first cable car operator. She danced at the Purple Onion. Before moving to San Francisco, her name was Marguerite Ann Johnson. But once she came here, she realized she had to change her name. And if you close your eyes and allow this voice to speak to you, you will feel her spirit. Close your eyes and imagine.
Human family. I note the obvious differences in the human family. Some of us are serious, some thrive on comedy, some declare their lives are lived as true profundity, and others claim they really live the real reality. The variety of our skin tones can confuse bemused delight, brown and pink and beige and purple, tan and blue and white. I've sailed upon the 7 seas and stopped in every land. I've seen the wonders of the world, not yet one common man. I know 10,000 women called Jane and Mary Jane. I've not seen any two who really were the same. Mirror twins are different, although their features jibe, and lovers think quite different thoughts while lying side by side. We love and lose in China. We weep on England's moors, and laugh and moan in Guinea, and thrive on Spanish shores. We seek success in Finland, are born and die in Maine. In minor ways we differ, in major we're the same. I note the obvious differences between each sort and type, but we are more alike, my friends, than we are unalike. We are more alike, my friends, than we are unalike. We are more alike, my friends, than we are unalike.
Wow. Maya Angelou, ladies and gentlemen. And in 1959, she joined Glide Memorial Church and made that her home. And here with us tonight, we have the Glide Memorial Ensemble. Please put your hands together for them as they come.
Yeah. I feel spirit all over me. I feel your spirit all over me. It's in my hands, in my soul, down in my feet. Yeah, I feel your spirit all over me. Come on, I feel your spirit all over me. Yeah, I feel your spirit all over me. It's in my hands, my soul, down in my feet. Oh, yeah. Oh, I feel your presence all over me. I feel your presence all over me. It's in my hands, in my soul, down in my feet. Oh, I feel your presence all over me. Come on, choir. Oh, yeah. I feel the presence all over me. My soul, down in my feet. Oh, yeah, I feel it moving. Yeah, yeah, moving. Yeah, yeah. Moving down in my soul. Hey, yeah, come on, put your hands together. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I feel your glory all over me. I feel your glory all over me. My soul and down in my feet. I feel the glory all over me. Come on, choir. I feel the glory. Feel the glory. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Woo. I feel it in my hands, my soul, my down in my feet. Yeah. Oh, I feel your power all over me. I feel your power all over me. It's in my hands, my soul, down in my feet. I feel your power all over me. Come on. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Can you feel it? I feel it. Yeah. Down in my feet. Yeah. All over me. I feel it moving all over this place. Yeah. Moving. Yeah. Moving. Yeah. Woo. Yeah. I feel it moving. Yeah. Ah, yeah. Woo. Move. Yeah. Moving. Oh, down in my soul. Yeah. Woo. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Glide Memorial Ensemble. Do you feel the spirit moving all over you? All right. At this time, we're going to ask them to stay and help us sing. As all of you remain to stand, I ask you all to stand as we sing the Black National Anthem, to lift every voice and sing.
See
you so much. Give them another round of applause. Yeah. You make us proud to sing that anthem. Very, very proud to sing that anthem. It is truly a pleasure to serve as your mistress of ceremonies once again. I'd like to take a moment just to mention our real hosts of this event. Mayor London Breed, just give us a wave. Our State Controller, Malia Cohen. Supervisor, Shaman Walton. And new to the committee, our San Francisco District Attorney, Brooke Jenkins. It is their vision that we celebrate our small businesses and community involvement. Of course, that's you. And we continue to celebrate those that make an impact in our city. So glad to see representatives from our fire department and our police department and every agency here. It gives my heart joy to see you in a happy place, not in front of the press, not where you have to deal with all the stuff that we know you have to deal with, but you can come and celebrate with us because you very well are a part of our city's history too. Let's hear it for everyone that's here today that are working in the trenches to make our city a good city. And I can't believe I said our city because I'm from Oakland, but since I've been here every year, they might not let me come back over the bridge, but honestly, I feel a very strong connection with all of our cities because we all are going through a lot and we all want the best for our families, for our businesses, and for one another, don't we? Yeah. All righty. Our first artist is going to celebrate here with us. Let's see if I got the right notes. Dum, 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 dum. Yes. He's a hip hop artist, an actor, an entrepreneur who includes the message of hope and social justice in everything he does. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Stunner 02. Stuntman 02.
Thank you so much, ma'am. If y'all feeling good in here, let me get a oh yeah. Okay, so we came to celebrate unity in here. And my name is DJ West Coast. If you don't know who I am, my name is DJ West Coast. I'm Stunnerman 02's official DJ. We've been coming around. We've been going all through the Bay Area, all through the West Coast, spreading unity, love, positivity, and eating healthy. Stunnerman 02 has a song out right now called Eat a Salad. So we've been doing things like that. He has another song right now that's representing unity throughout all of San Francisco, and it's called Big Steppin'. If you've been to a 49er game, if you've been to a Warrior game, this young man right here has been one of those pioneers in the community that's been able to push us forward into a new light. But I'm a young person and I see all of this beautiful success and entrepreneurship. I see a lot of my peers in here. I see a lot of people who might be older than me who can show me the way, and it gives me hope for me and my friends. I'm 23 years old out here. You know what I'm saying? So when I see people like the mayor and the chief of police, we have the same, skin color. He gives me hope that I can be more in this life than what they've put in front of us and how we've been shown to grow up. But enough about me. We here for Stunnerman 02. When I say still, y'all say winning. Still. Still. When I say come, y'all say together. Come. Come. Everybody right now, I need y'all to get on your feet. I need y'all to make some noise. I need y'all to get excited one time. We have Stunnerman 02. DJ, can you drop the track one time for my people? Everybody get loud. Everybody stand up.
Can y'all hear me?
Everybody stand
Come
up.
on.
Let's go.
I'm big stepping. 4-5, homie, look like a bench pressing. Big weapon, get the target, and on the check your name. Big stepping. 4-5, homie, look like a. I need y'all to hit it harder. Come on. What we doing? Hey, last year I told them, put them guns down. Then they shot Cool John, I got it done now. We we gotta be on 10 just to have some fun there. But the racist killer cops ain't getting what? I'm just trying to sell some verses and some juice. Police killing us and then we protesting it. Hey, I'm trying to show the unity, but what's the use? Now every time I spit it, they don't want to hear the truth. Hey, that's why we give money, then we laugh about it. And we running up and do the math about it. Reputation still valid, better ask about it. And if they got a problem, we ain't getting some money about it. And they see me moving timid, that's all me. Now I'm chilling, make a mayor, make an OG. 80s, 100s still green. We need everybody turn up. Come on. We big stepping. 4-5 on me look like I'm bench pressing. Come on. Hey, get it. Listen to me. Hey, say go, mayor. Go, mayor. Go. Go, mayor. Go, mayor. Say go, mayor. Go, mayor. Go. Hey, you can cut it up there. You can cut it up there. Hey, man, we having fun. Shout out to the mayor. Shout out to DJ West Coast. Hey, man, you know it wouldn't be right if you came and did an event in San Francisco without Stunner Man on 2 and still winning, man. Y'all make some noise for yourselves real quick.
Today's live stream
Before
is
I
being
leave,
brought to you by Clari-T Media.
want to
Support the San Francisco Dreamkeeper Initiative, recognizing and investing in the diverse Black and African American communities of San Francisco with a wide range of programs to support youth, families, seniors, and members of the Black LGBTQ+ communities. Dreamkeeper San Francisco is fostering hope for generations of Black people to feel free to dream boldly. Visit dreamkeepersf.org today.
Take my glasses off so y'all can really see. And it's Joe Mixon. Oh, shoot. That's Joe. Oh, wait, run it back. He got to come big step with me, too. Run it back. Run it back one time. Play it again. It's Joe Mixon. Hold on. Hey. It's Joe Mixon. Hey. Come on. Hey. I'm big stepping. Let me see you hit your dance, Joe. Come on. Let me see you hit your dance. Come on. Come on. Hey. I'm big stepping. 4-5 on me look like big weapon. Come on. Oh, you can cut it there. You can cut it there. Shout out. Y'all make some noise with Joe Mixon. Hey, man. Hey, the Bengals finna become my favorite team. Shout out to Joe. But I ain't gonna keep y'all much longer. What I wanna do real quick, I know we got some high energy, but real quick, I wanna have a moment of silence. And this moment of silence is particularly for our Black women. Because unfortunately, our Black women, they're treated the worst. They're talked down the worst. Unfortunately, people are pinning the shape of San Francisco on our mayor, and she's doing as best as she can. You know what I'm saying? They not talking about all the other gentrification and pushing people out that happened before her reign. So, you know, during Black History Month, let's have a moment of silence. If you lost a Black woman in your life, if you've seen a Black woman that's been hurt, if you've seen a Black woman that's been talked down on, because they're not gonna tell you Black women graduate college at the highest rates. Come on, man. They're not gonna tell you 60% of successful Fortune 500 companies have a majority Black women running it. They're not gonna tell y'all that. So real quick, if y'all could just close your eyes, let's have a moment of silence, and this moment of silence is gonna appreciate our Black women. The way they talking about our Black women, I'm begging them to stop it. Beauty in every shade, from the light skin to chocolate. Try most of these flavors, say your preference, I can't knock it. But something about that chocolate, gotta keep one in my pocket. Divine, supple and elegant, glowing all that melanin. Underappreciated, even with constant embellishment. Waterfall, how you flow, ain't nothing wetted in. Navigate them seas, baby, something like Magellan did. First they say they made you, then they say they hate you. Culturally appropriate you because they man just want to date you. Champion how you play it. No way they could equate you. Tom Brady allegations, but they could never deflate you. It's something about these Black women, I loved them from the start. fabulous in their essence, we can never be apart. Putting faith into them queens, put love into my heart. In order to see the light, I had to put faith in them true black queens. Y'all make some noise for our black women. Love you, Mo. I go by Stunnerman02, and if you ever get down, look yourself in the mirror and say, "We still winning!"
Yes. All right. Stunnerman02, ladies and gentlemen. I like that. I like that a lot. I'm honored to now officially introduce our hosts who've been working hard in our community to make a difference. The first African-American woman and 45th mayor of the city and county of San Francisco, working to create a more equitable and just San Francisco, not just for Black people, but for everybody. Please welcome the Honorable Mayor London Breed. Up next, we have the Chief Fiscal Officer of the world's 5th largest economy, primarily responsible to account for and protect the state's financial resources. Please welcome California State Controller Malia Cohen. Proudly representing the San Francisco's 10th district, including Bayview Hunters Point, Potrero Hill, Dogpatch, Visitation Valley neighborhoods. Please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands for Supervisor Shaman Walton. And new to our committee, serving as the 30th District Attorney of San Francisco. No stranger to the DA's office, 7 years from 2014 to 2021, where she began doing misdemeanors, handling those cases, later served as a hate crime prosecutor, and we're proud to know that she is a trailblazer in our city. Please welcome San Francisco District Attorney Brooke Jenkins. And she's a mom too.
You guys look good tonight. How are you feeling? Well, listen, I want to just welcome you back one more time into the People's Palace. Welcome to San Francisco City Hall. I'm so happy to see you. I'm so glad you guys still continue to come out and to support this event. Did you know that this is the 10th anniversary? 10 years, this event has been growing, and it hasn't been easy. But I want to recognize one woman in particular, Deanna Roberts, right here. You, come on up, come on. This is the woman that pulls it all together. She's been with us 9 out of the 10 years. 9 out of the 10 years. She's the one that helps us find the talent, put the program together, writes the program, does the advertising, you name it. So did you guys come to have a good time? All right, that's good, because we got some history-making acknowledgement to take care of first. First and foremost, I want you to recognize Mayor Breed, because this woman, now, I'm not campaigning because that will be illegal, but I'm just letting you know I'm voting for Mayor Breed. I'm not campaigning because that will be illegal. I'm just telling you what I'm going to do so that I hope that you will be inspired and know what to do too. Now, I'm not campaigning, but there's also another race happening. I'm here to educate. I want you to know that you need to cut through the noise, and I'm going to make it easy for you. Brooke Jenkins is your current district attorney, and she will continue to be your district attorney. That threw me off. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So tonight is a cultural culmination of the African American experience coupled with the African diaspora, paying attention to our history, paying attention to our forefounders, and also paying careful attention to the future. There are a few people that I want to recognize. I need to recognize those that have been rocking with me from the beginning, and that is DJ Flash and Russell Gatewood. I also want to recognize Miss Miranda, who's been emceeing us for a number of years. Thank you. Let them see her. All right, I got that heavy lift of recognizing all the folks. We've got electeds here. I want to recognize Supervisor Mandelman, Supervisor Dorsey, Supervisor Asha Safai was here. We've got a whole host of staff and commissioners. I want to uplift our chiefs. Chief Bill Scott, stand up, take a moment. Y'all keep Chief Scott on the top of your prayer list. You keep him up there on the top, right there next to your mother. And then I want to uplift and recognize Chief of the Fire Department, Nee Nichols. Now, you know, this event would not be possible without our wonderful, thoughtful, and generous sponsors. Okay, I'm just making sure you guys are paying attention. I want to also recognize Kaiser Permanente, PricewaterhouseCoopers, Ernst & Young, and Comcast coming in at the top of the list. Meta, Giants, AT&T, Salesforce, UCSF, we see you. United Airlines, Lime Scooter, Black Citizen, Brookfield Properties, A&A Health Services, Bruce Agate, California Barrel Company, Alaska Airlines, and last but not least, Visa. And rounding out our list of distinguished folks joining us today is also Chief Sheriff Paul Miyamoto. Thank you. All right, who do you want to hear from next? Mayor Breed, you're up.
All right. Let's give it up for Controller Melia Cohen, the first Black controller in the state of California. We making history here tonight. Let me just say how excited and proud I am to serve as mayor of such an extraordinary city, full of amazing people, full of people that represent the resiliency of San Francisco. And at the heart of that resiliency is the African American community. This year's theme for Black History Month centers around the arts. And I want to take an opportunity to recognize Ralph Remington, who is the Director of Cultural Affairs for the city, because fortunately for us, we continue to make sure that through our cultural equity grants and through grants for the arts, that we are still investing in and telling those stories of African-American history makers. Maya Angelou, as was talked about before, the first African-American woman who rang those cable car bells when Black people weren't even allowed to get on the cable car. When we celebrate Black History Month, it is a time to recognize and to reflect on our Black history, even here in San Francisco, because the discrimination that African Americans face in order to get even the four of these amazing leaders up here today into office represents a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. And I just want to call out a few names like Mary Helen Rogers and Nate Mason and Alex Pitcher and Eloise Westbrook and Espanola Jackson and Leroy King and so many trailblazers. There are so many of those people people, including my grandmother, Camellia Brown, who were just one generation removed from slavery. And they were the hopes of our ancestors as they migrated to California. And I look at what we are doing here in San Francisco today, and as Maya Angelou talks about the hopes and the dreams of the slave, it's about the ability for all of us to not only lead, but to come together and to work together and continue to build up our community in ways that lifts up everyone, not just some of us, not just I got mine and you worry about getting yours, is we got ours together. So as we celebrate our history, and as tonight we have a good time too, after dealing with the global pandemic, after dealing with so many challenges in this city, I don't know about you, but I'm seeing and I'm feeling the change. I'm seeing and I'm feeling the excitement, and I am enjoying every single minute of it. So I want to take this opportunity, last but not least, to really recognize that while everyone else was talking about what they were going to do for the Black community, everybody else was talking about how they were going to give free this and free that. You know what we did in San Francisco? Cheryl Davis, you know what we did in San Francisco. Dr. Sy, you know what we did in San Francisco. Supervisor Walton, you know what we did in San Francisco. We created the Dream Keeper Initiative. Raise your hand if you benefited from the Dream Keeper Initiative. A $60 million annual investment in Black businesses, Black nonprofits, Black artists, Black children, Black organizations, Black home ownership, Black opportunity, Blackity Black, Black, Black. So, they can come for me if they want to. They can continue to try to come for Black people in the city if they want to. But this is why it is so important when we recognize our history in this city that we remember that, because that was not so far away. Just like many of us are descendants of slaves, there are descendants of slave owners that are still very present in some instances. And just know that we got God on our side, and we're going to continue to fight, and we're going to continue to lift up our voices, and I'm going to continue to lead this city to the best of my ability to take care of all people and never, ever, ever apologize for representing the Black community in the way that I do. Thank you.
And I'm supposed to follow that. Say it loud. Say it loud. First of all, I just want to recognize all the beautiful people here today. Black people, give yourselves a hand tonight. Every year we have the opportunity to come together, and this is the most amazing celebration that we have in San Francisco. Always well attended, you always show up, and so I'm proud every last Wednesday of February to be here with all of you. I do want to just talk real quick, briefly, about the fact that Black people are under attack in this city. And I don't care what your degree is, I don't care what your title is, I don't care what class you come from. When you look like us and you walk in a room, that is the first thing they see. Period. So the more we all understand that as a collective, the better off we are all going to be as a community.
History has been made on this stage. But this cannot be the end of us making history here in San Francisco. And so during Black History Month, during this celebration, I'm just gonna leave with this. Because we all need each other if we are going to affect any kind of change. And a spider by itself is a small bug that you can step and squash with one step. But several spiders together with the strength of each other, when they put their web together, they can tie up a lion. And that's what we have to be as Black people. We have to be those spiders that could tie up a lion, and we have to be that Black fist that we raise in the air so proudly all the time. Remember that as we go out here from day to day. Because this may be Black History Month, but we need each other 365 days a year. And actually, in this case, 366. But I love and appreciate all of you. Happy Black History Month. Thank you so much for continuing to come out. I want to give a shout out to also Bruce Huey, who is another one of our sponsors. And I know Mayor London Breed acknowledged Director Cheryl Davis and acknowledged Dr. Saida Liatitufu Birch. But I just want to say thank you both so much for executing the vision and the work that we continue to do here in San Francisco. God bless.
Today's live stream is being brought to you by Clari-T Media. Support the San Francisco Dreamkeeper Initiative, recognizing and investing in the diverse Black and African American communities of San Francisco with a wide range of programs to support youth, families, seniors, and members of the Black LGBTQ+ communities. Dreamkeeper San Francisco is fostering hope for generations of Black people to feel free to dream boldly. Visit dreamkeepersf.org today.
As everybody knows. And I gotta say, I thought I was already having to follow in big shoes, being the second Black DA after our vice president. But then I get tasked with going last on stage tonight, followed by our incredible mayor, who appointed me to this position, and I will always be grateful. Because like she said, she doesn't just talk the talk, she walks the walk. And she gave this Black woman the opportunity to serve this city. I'm following behind one of the few fellow moms in elected office, Malia Cohen, who is obviously a trailblazer as the state's first Black controller. And then being asked to speak behind a two-term member of the Board of Supervisors. So obviously, again, I am here to work alongside the fellow leaders in this city to get San Francisco to where it needs to be. And I too have to shout out the other Black leader in this city who I get to do this alongside, which is our Police Chief, Bill Scott. There aren't a lot of people who do these jobs not for themselves, but do it in service to others. And let me tell you, that's a man who does it in service to this city and has been the epitome of the way to do it the right way in a profession that we know has caused a lot of damage in communities, but he has dedicated himself to being a prime example of how to do it the right way. And for that, he deserves every ounce of respect. And so again, I come tonight just wanting to uplift. So much of my job is seen as negative. But what we are responsible for and what I stand alongside the mayor and Chief Scott each and every day to do is to keep communities in San Francisco safe, to keep our community safe. Because so often we are forgotten. We are not portrayed as victims, we are portrayed as perpetrators, and that has to stop. That must stop. And so I come every day trying to bring a voice to victims who look like us, trying to make sure that our neighborhoods are represented at these tables, to make sure that our perspectives are heard. And hopefully we are setting an example for the next generation of leaders who are to come and giving them an image of where they can go and what they can be. So thank you. Mayor London Breed, Malia Cohen, Shimon Walton, and D.A. Jenkins. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, before we all leave the stage, I just want to take a moment to uplift and recognize the world-class warriors, because they are also incredible sponsors that have been with us for a number of years. And I also want to recognize Michael D. with the Registry, who's been our media sponsor for the last 10 years, another Black-owned business. Thank you to our home teams, the Warriors. Thank you to our home team with the Giants. We are grateful. Keep winning, and we'll keep coming.
All righty. Jesus, I'm getting in that picture. I'm so glad she mentioned our sports teams. And up next, every time we drive past the Oracle Plaza and see that beautiful bronze statue of Willie Mays, known as the Say Hey Kid. Yeah, the great Willie Mays, who I grew up watching, and I'm proud that that trailblazer is still with us. He has a wonderful scholarship courtesy of the San Francisco Giants. It's the Willie Mays Scholars. And this is a special program of the Giants Community Fund. And because every year they award 5 scholars and they're inducted into the Willie Mays Scholars Hall of Fame, I call it. To tell us more about it is a representative from the Giants organization, as well as a recipient, Ricky Norris, a young lady who will tell us more about herself. So put your hands together for Ricky and the representative from the San Francisco Giants.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Ricky Norris, and I am a senior at June Jordan School for Equity, and I am a Willie Mays Scholar. I would like to start off by saying thank you to Mayor London Breed and her team. Willie Mays, relax, okay. I'm nervous, y'all. Okay. I would like to thank Mayor London Breed and her team for allowing us to be here. I would also like to thank my college support team, Willie Mays, Alive and Free, Dr. Marshall, Miss Estelle, 100% College Prep, and of course, my parents. This opportunity means the world to me. This is a very big event, a little bit bigger than I expected, I'm not gonna lie. To have the opportunity to be invited to speak on the behalf of the Giants and Willie Mays is a feeling I cannot describe. No pressure at all. Normally, I don't like to talk about myself, but I guess that's why I'm here. So, both of my parents were born and raised in Bayview, as was I. I attended schools inside the Fillmore, Mission, and Bayview District, and now the Excelsior. That sounds like a lot of neighborhoods. But my parents wanted to make sure that I always felt safe in my city. Education was not my top priority, yet somehow, even during COVID, I ended up on the honor roll and the African American honor roll all 4 years of high school. I graduate in 2024 and I will be attending a 4-year university outside of California, majoring in psychology and sociology. My goal is to become a teen therapist. COVID has shown me in crisis, teens and youth are often abandoned and left alone to deal with their life on their own. I strongly believe that growing up, we need adults besides our parents and guardians to keep us and help us to navigate us through life and trauma. With that being said, the future is what you make it. As a result of hard work, lots of anxiety, a great support team, and my community, I am proud to say that I have been accepted to 12 4-year universities around the United States. The Willie Mae Scholarship Program has made achieving my career not only a dream, but a reality. I was inducted as a Willie Mae Scholar my junior year of high school. The Willie Mae Scholarship Program helps support African American students who want to attend college and achieve a career and educational goals. Before the scholarship, I have to be honest, I knew nothing about baseball. Not a thing, not a home run, nothing. Since I've been a Willie Mae Scholar, I still don't care, but I totally understand the sacrifice Willie Mays have made. The sacrifice Willie Mays have made and what he meant, you must be dedicated to your sport. I'm not good at sports, but I am good at cheering. The Giant Community Fund supports each scholar in a way that meets their individual need, and they make sure that we are all dedicated to our sport, aka our academics. Being a Willie Mae Scholar has impacted my life with regard to the way I think and feel about the role of my community and the sacrifices made by our ancestors. This program is a support. Thanks to this program and the support of my community, I will be a strong leader. I will continue to rise. I will be an impactful role model for my community. I will remember how I feel in this exact moment and share this with my peers. This is a lot coming from a 17-year-old, but I know that I recognize that this is important to me because many youth in the neighborhood will be limited based off their skin color, where they come from, how they talk, how they walk, how they dress. And I want to make sure the Black community know that we are more than a statistic and that we can achieve more if we put our mind to it. And nothing is impossible when you are spiritually grounded. Before I leave you today, I would like to take the opportunity to thank Mayor London Breed and her staff and the community for not only giving me this opportunity to share my experience, but also to thank them for honoring Willie Mays, not only as a baseball player, but as an African-American legend, hero, and educational advocate. I truly believe that by acknowledging Willie Mays with his own day is a great way to show appreciation for someone who paved the way and who continues to give back for someone who continues to give back for the youth despite the modern disparity and discrimination. This tribute is a formal way to bring awareness to an extraordinary man for all he has done to support the youth in and outside of baseball, to ensure the youth in our communities thrive academically, financially, and most of all, spiritually. To close out, we have something to present the city of San Francisco. I'm getting in trouble, y'all, sorry. I got carried away. First, we want to thank the city for welcoming our Say Hey Kid with open arms, and to you, Madam Mayor London Breed, for honoring Willie and supporting Willie Mae scholars like myself. I'd like to present this San Francisco Sea Lion Negroes League jersey, and of course, we added a Willie Mae scholar patch too. Thank you.
Let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen, more time for Ricky Norris. When she says a 17-year-old like me, you know, the idea that we talked about the people in our past, but she represents our future. And wherever you go, whatever one of those 12 colleges she chooses, she takes San Francisco with her, doesn't she, as a Willie Mays scholar. Let's hear it one more time for Ricky. We have to continue to encourage our young people. She might not be an athlete, she truly has a heart, and those hearts beat strong. Up next, our next expression will be through song and poetry, and we're proud to have a tremendously creative force with us, whose art and activism are intertwined. We're happy to have her in my city as a current teaching artist in residence at the Oakland School for the Arts. And along with her is a wonderful MC. She's a poet, one's an MC. Together they are to do a tribute to Maya Angelou, Valerie Trout, and Nazila Jameson. Please welcome them as they come in their own way.
Have you ever thought of the prayer that brought you to this day? Or the magnet that has seemed to pull us along the way? I am my ancestors' wildest dreams. I am the song they could not see. I am the hope, I am the love, I am the pain, I am the laughter, and yes, still we rise. Still we rise. Like dust we rise.
The philosophy of the world is Black women. It is buoyancy and reverence and shine, warm and rich and colossal. It is within and without, shadows and starlight, reborn and eternal. Black woman is the philosophy of the world, not countries or kingdoms and kings, but earth and oceans and oxygen, that of nurtured trees and unfathomable roots. Our tears directly connect to the ocean. Our hearts beat African drum rhythms in time to our footsteps, the sway of our hips. Our laughter is the song of resounding thunder, of defying the odds and stereotypes, of hope and praise and embracing the rain, honoring the soil from which we came. Do you see us? Mighty ebony mountain range, dense majestic forest. Black women are diamond mine, brilliant multifaceted fortitude, that's built for bearing the weight of time and survival. Star-bright smiles to light the way home through tribulation and infinite night. Arms offering comfort and healing. Head upright and sturdy for the crown. We will be, as our ancestors once were and are still, grounded in resilient history, generationally strong. Just as the earth, we have birthed babies and buried elders, weathered storms and endured the whims of men. What bends cannot be broken. What is divine cannot be undone. The philosophy of the world is eternal existence. It is never being finished in spite of everyone and everything. It is Black women, unwavering and perpetually rising.
We rise.
Valerie Trout, Nazila Jameson, a tribute to Dr. Maya Angelou. Still We Rise. Mark the date, September 19th, on your calendar or in front of our San Francisco Library. They are unveiling a beautiful tribute, a monument to Dr. Maya Angelou, called A Monument to Dr. Maya Angelou, a Phenomenal Woman. And it will be a 9-foot bronze book with her face on the cover of the book. So they will be unveiling that on the corner, of course, Larkin Street entrance of the San Francisco Library on September 19th at 11 a.m. This is a very special city to Dr. Maya Angelou, and we are not banning books here in San Francisco. She was a lover of writing, a poet laureate, an activist, and no matter where I roam, I'm proud of that fact about the city by the bay and our entire state. We are not banning any books. We're not banning any authors. We don't shut people out. We welcome them, no matter what they look like, who they sleep with, how they walk, how they talk, how much they have in their pockets. People are still coming to San Francisco Bay Area, and they're looking for something. We hope they can find it. We can't leave technology out as we're thinking about trailblazers. And tonight we're blessed and lucky to have someone who is steeped in the area of technology, and we're proud that she is in the room. At Salesforce, her roles have spanned from developer to technical trainer to consultant and now senior vice president. She's an author, a host of the award-winning series, Leading Through Change. Let's hear it for Salesforce Senior VP, Trailblazer Leah McGowan Hare.
Wow, wow, wow. I tell you, the show is so engaging. I forgot I was coming up here. So I'm like, yes, sister, yes. And they're like, ma'am, you need to get ready to come up. So I was like, oh, okay, I forgot. Thank you so much. I'm here to share with you and integrate into the conversation technology, because it's something we can't forget about and something that is a must that we must talk about. And you know, tonight, as we saw these amazing performances, and I saw backstage the young dancers getting ready to perform, it made me reminisce on my youth. See, before I started in my technical journey, I embarked as a dancer. Yeah, I know, surprise, right? No, I was a dancer. See, I grew up with shows like Fame, watching Alvin Ailey, Dance Theater Harlem, and it was so powerful to see myself represented on those stages doing our storytelling, and it was so inspirational to me and spoke to my spirit. So I figured, that's what I'm gonna be, that's what I'm gonna do. So I remember sharing with my father, Professor Dewey McGowan, that I was going to major in dance. Now, any parents in here that are paying for kids' education, you know how that feels. Well, his smile was both encouraging and wise. And he said, Leah Beth, you possess numerous talents. You excel in dance, and you're great in math, science, and computer programming. See, by then, I had already been coding. I started at the age of 12, thanks to the foresight of my father, who introduced me into the technology world. And these words that he said, and I want you to hear this clearly, he said to me, while you find yourself represented in the dance world, remember, you have potential to thrive in any field you choose. And this is what really stuck with me. Don't put yourself in a box, even if the rest of the world tries to. Let me say it again for the people in the back talking over there. Okay? Okay? Don't put yourself in a box, even if the rest of the world tries to.
So when I embarked into this technology world, because needless to say, I ended up getting a computer science degree and I got a minor in African American study, dance, and theater. And it's that sentiment that I want to bring to here today, is that our presence in tech space is very significant, but I want to see more representation. I am often reminded, I do lots of panels and I do lots of talks, and I'm often reminded that I am part of the 3% of African American women in tech. And when people present that to me, I cringe and I challenge them to reframe that. I say the fact that I'm here represents the infinite possibility. I don't subscribe to lack or limitation. I subscribe to abundance. And I want our youth to know that it may be 3%, but like I said, I'm here, anything is possible. So we're gonna give a little history. I'm gonna stay on theme with everybody else. I got a little history. So if you feel inspired to take some notes, go on and pull out your phone. All right, listen, we've been in this tech space for a minute. Our history bears testament. We've been pivotal figures in this space since the 1800s. Granville T. Wood, who had over 60 patents for his work in electrical engineer. Yep, somebody was like, yes, I know. You know Granville, you get an A on the test. His contributions helped the advancement of technology, of transportation. And then there was Sarah Good. She was the first African-American woman to be known to have a US patent for her invention of the folding cabinet bed. So the next time you're at your relative's house pulling out the pull-out bed that you gotta sleep on, give a little shout out to Sarah Good, because she did good. Now, these are just small glimpses of our rich heritage. And honestly, I don't have to reach that far back, nor do I have to go across the waters. Let's just take a moment and look here in our local community. We find luminaries such as Roy Clay Sr. Yes, give it up for Roy Clay Sr., revered as the godfather of Silicon Valley, an American computer scientist and inventor. He was the founding member of the computer division at Hewlett-Packard, HP. He wrote the software program for the HP 2116A, the first computer to be sold by HP. Now, I'm not gonna geek out on y'all because I can go there, but some of y'all already seem like, oh, what? Okay, it was the first computer, y'all, okay? And what about Miss Kimberly Bryant, the founder of Black Girls Code? Yes. She may not be known for inventing a specific technology, but she was the inventor of inventors. Her work was empowering and educating young Black girls in technology and had a profound impact on the industry, helping to build the generation of technologists and our next generation of inventors. And let's talk about San Francisco, since everybody wants to talk about San Francisco tonight. Yes, San Francisco stands at the forefront of technological innovation, exemplified by our leadership in the autonomous vehicle testing and deployment. I know y'all seen them go around, the waywords. Now, this isn't by chance. You can't be a city that's leading in technology by happen chance, right? It takes a leader that understands the powerful transformation of technology and who's not afraid of it, and who understands that we must embrace it rather than retreat from these advancements. Leaders like our fearless leader, Mayor London Breed. And you know, I have witnessed over my 25 plus years, doesn't matter, long time in the tech space. I've been in this space for a long time, and something that I have witnessed the evolution of is the intersection between
arts and technology. Oftentimes people think of them as separate. They are not. See, it has expanded and has grown significantly. Now, when I started, there was no such thing as a UX designer. And for those, a UX designer is somebody who designs that interface. You see that little phone you're on all the time and how things are easy to point? That's an interface, right? So I didn't have that when I was coming up. So that was very important. We now need creatives for those, digital arts. And now with the coming of AI and machine learning, we have programs that can generate poetry, writings, music, and yes, even dance. So with this rapidly evolving technology landscape, I have you all to understand, it is imperative that we not just be consumers of the tech, but we seek to be creators of the technology. Let's not shy away from these opportunities it presents. Instead, let's run toward this technology. We must be part of this conversation. We must. So our voices are heard in our perceptions and our representation in these innovations. This is the only way that we can ensure technologies developed are equitable, serving the masses rather than a select few. So let us not be wallflowers watching the technology go by, but let us be the choreographers of the next chapter. All right? Thank you.
You know, there's a lot to be said about what happens at home and what sort of encouragement you get from home. And I was just speaking to a group of people on Sunday about Black history and it not being in schools. I went to Oakland schools. I went to Bay Area schools. I went to San Francisco State, and I learned more about my history at home and in my churches and in my communities. But we need to change the way books are being written to include. So when you tell people about these stories like Mr. Granville and all these other names, did it have to take a movie on a screen to realize about those hidden figures? They're real people. They're in books. We need to include them, not just for Black folks, so that everybody knows. We didn't just come here in chains and stay in chains. We fought so hard to make something of our children for the next generation. I am the hope of the slave, and I never forget it every day. So modern technology and art has come together in a way, for me personally, I'm no longer on the radio here in San Francisco, but if you happen to go to, I'm in my pajamas every day in my home studio, technology has given me the ability to be right there on ABC TV Arizona and tell folks about the news. And at the same time, I'm on in Florida, a place that I wouldn't want to move to, but I'm on the air there doing middays. In every city, people wonder, do you live in Atlanta? No, I'm right here because I love the Bay Area. However, I had to learn the technology to have it in my home so I could work smart. DJs and stuff used to move to all these cities. Not with my generation. And I was so glad that the technology was right here in San Francisco that gave me the ability to be on the air and on TV with this little gadget that's no bigger than this. So it's important for us to embrace technology. Let's jump to music. This guy has been playing the violin for a number of years and coming to us, and it's by popular demand because he gives us joy. He plays from his heart, and his distinctive sound arises from his 1822 violin concert called Isabella. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Kippy Marks. Kippy Marks, ladies and gentlemen, and Isabella. Our next expression, because we're getting down to the end of the program. Have you enjoyed it thus far? Yeah? All right. We're moving on with the expression of dance, and this type is called majorette dance. It's not a technical style of dance, but the dancers do train in multiple styles, technique. They're not short on commitment, full of determination, dedication, of community, self-awareness, confidence is their approach. And we're asking everyone if you could move aside because we're short on space this year. Ladies and gentlemen, they're coming in their own very special way. Put your hands together for Heat Dance Line.
Ladies and gentlemen, are we here? Are you ready to march? Say yeah! Out of the huts of history's shame, I rise. Up from a past that is rooted in pain, I rise. I'm a black ocean leaping and wide, welling and swelling, I bear in the tide, leaving behind nights of terror and fear. I rise into a daybreak that is wondrously clear. I rise, bringing the gifts that my ancestors gave. I am the dream and the hope of the slave. I rise.
Southern trees, barren, strange fruit, blood on the leaves, and blood at the roots. Black bodies swinging in the southern breeze. Strange fruit.
Something strange happening
From the poplar trees. From the poplar trees.
You could have been somebody. We could have been somebody. Was it on the first party? When we tried our first Molly, it came out of our body. It came out of our body.
Strange fruit hanging. Blood on the leaves.
clear my mind now. It's been racing since the summertime. Now I'm holding down the summer now. And all I want is what I can't buy now. I ain't got the money on me right now. And I told you the way. Yeah, I told you the way. So let's get on with it. That's the sound of the police. That's the sound of the police. That's the sound of the police.
Mr. Policeman, I don't want no trouble. I just wanna get my jiggle down to the floor. Hey, Mr. Policeman, why you wanna holler at me? I just wanna drop my jiggle down to the floor. Hello, that's what mama give me. Hello, that's what mama give me. Hello, that's what mama give me. Down to the floor.
Hold up, break it down.
We gon' be alright. We gon' be alright. We gon' be alright. We gon' be alright. You hear me? You can feel me? We gon' be alright. And when I wake up, I recognize you looking at me for the pay cut. Bahamas, I be looking at you from the face down. On Mac 11, you can boom with the face down. Skimming, and let me tell you about my life. Painkillers only put me in the twilight. A pretty Benjamin is the highlight. I tell my mama I love her, but this what I like. Lord knows, 20 of them in my Chevy. Tell her mother come and get me, reaping everything I sow. So my karma come in heaven, no preliminary hearings on my record. I'm a get gangsta in silence for the record.
Drop to the beat, drop to the beat, drop to the beat, drop to the beat. Move to the beat, move to the beat. You gotta hit the floor, explore some more, 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 some more. And it goes a little something like this. Big it, big it, big it, big it, big it, big it, up there. Big it, big it, big it, big it, big it, big it, work it. Big it, big it, big it, big it, big it, big it, shake it. Big it, big it, big it, big it, big it, big it, big it. Stand up, sit up, I want you to make your booty go. Stand up, sit up, I want you to show me where it goes. Hands on the ground, want you to make your head go.
I'm telling these tears go fall away, fall away. Oh, may the last one burn into flames.
Anytime you beg another man to set you free, you'll never be free. Freedom is something that you have to do for yourselves. And until the American Negro lets the white man know that we are really, really ready and willing to pay the price that is necessary for freedom, our people will always be walking around here second-class citizens, or what you call 20th century slaves. What price are you talking about? The price of freedom is death.
Freedom, I can't move. Freedom, cut me loose. Yeah. Freedom, where are you? 'Cause I need freedom too. I break chains all by myself. Won't let my freedom rot in hell. Hey, I'ma keep on running 'cause the winner don't quit on themselves.
6 headlights waving in my direction. 5-0 asking me what's in my possession. Yeah, I keep running, jumping the aqueducts, fire hydrants and hazardous smoke alarms on the back of us. But mama, don't cry for me, ride for me, try for me, live for me, breathe for me, sing for me. Honestly, guiding me, I can be more than I gotta be. Stole from me, lied to me, nation hypocrisy, code on me, driving me wicked. My spirit inspired me like
freedom, I can't move. Freedom, cut me loose. Freedom, where are you? 'Cause I need freedom too. I break chains all by myself. Won't let my freedom rot in hell. Hey, I'ma keep on running 'cause the winner don't quit on themselves.
Give me liberty or give me death.
Yeah. The Heat line, dance line, with a piece called Freedom. Woo! Well, Leah, got it? You know them steps? All right, we're moving on up a little higher. We get to the close of our program. We're getting there. This particular spoken word artist is Grammy nominated. By the way, there is an echo in this room, and there's a triple echo from the folks that are talking really loud. I know you're happy to see one another, but when you talk, I can't hear myself. Thank you. He's a Grammy-nominated artist, best spoken word poetry album with the 66th Annual Grammy Awards, featured on 5 seasons of TV One's verses, and flow, and has toured with Jill Scott. Please welcome Prentice Powell.
Good evening. Try that again. Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Prentice Powell. I represent Oakland, California.
Yay! My time.
I am the son of Darlene Powell, husband to Sarai Powell, father to Justice, Tahir, Anaya, and Shy Powell. I am 1/3 of a podcast called All Black Men Need Therapy, which is currently being listened to in over 152 countries in this world. And as she said, my most recent accomplishment, being from Oakland, California, I'm now a 2024 Grammy-nominated artist.
Yeah.
When I leave here, I'm gonna get in my car. I'm gonna drive back home to Dublin, California, where my kids can ride their bicycles and play at the park with absolutely no worries in the world. But the truth is, when I leave here, I gotta make it home. Because I'm a black man in America. And that means something. Being a black man in America means being my brother's keeper. Being a black man in America means being my brother's keeper while keeping a distance from some of my brothers because I don't trust them further than I can see them. It's feeling, experiencing, and believing that the cops don't give a damn about me. It's learning how not to doubt yourself because when you're born, everyone else already does. It's the love you have for your mother regardless of her flaws, and it's dealing with your daddy issues so your son doesn't have to. Being a black man in America is a gift. It's a blessing. A blessing God chose for me to receive because he believes I can handle it, but it's also a gamble. It's knowing every time you step outside, the world is a poker table, and whether you like it or not, your chips are all in. It is a grin you put on your face every time you feel pain, just to let the world know they will not break you. Right after dropping down to your knees, praying to God, asking him to heal you because the pressure has gotten way too real. So you pop a couple of pills, but it still doesn't kill you. But what will is something as simple as going to the corner store without your pistol that's tucked on your mother's floorboard. Or what will is not detaching yourself from your best friend's dangerous lifestyle because your loyalty won't let you. Because you know, had he not been there when that incident went down, you may not be here right now. Being a black man in America is Prentice Powell knowing I could have easily been Mike Brown. Hands up in the air, screaming, don't shoot. 6 bullets in my body, face down on the ground. It's to spend your days constantly trying to find ways of getting a fair swing at this game without having the umpire tell you you're out before you even step to the plate. It's to work minimum wage and be paid in Cracker Jacks as the whole world watches you with open eyes as you sift to get to the bottom of the box, only to realize that there is no prize. It means that you can die. You can die. You can die with a pack of Skittles in your pocket, have your murderer acquitted, then deemed as a celebrity to participate in a boxing match against a washed-up drug addict who used to rap, have people look just like you pay to see it on pay-per-view and YouTube, even though it won't bring your life back. It means black boy, turn your music down, play it loud if you want. But that may be the last gas you ever pump. Being a black man in America means stay out of Florida. And I got a son who lives in Florida. It's telling your children not what they want, but what they need to hear. Being a black man in America is me telling my 2 boys at the age of 15 and 12, son, you have been feared. Being a black man in America is not knowing how to swim, yet still having to keep your head above water. It's learning how to patch up your boat while teaching your children how to stay afloat. It's to refrain from saying so many things that you want to say. It's knowing when to run fast and walk slow, because I know between me and you in this country, it's already a race to the grave. Being a black man in America is to literally possess everything that lacks in America. Why do you think they work so hard for us not to succeed? I'll tell you. Because we are hypochondriacs of the soul who bleed when we speak. Being a black man in America is a full-time job you will never see a single penny for. There are no breaks, no time off, no benefits. It is a lifelong commitment and an early death sentence. To be a black man in America is to be a black man in America. And unless you are a black man in America, you will never understand what it's like to be a black man in America. But please do not pity us. Envy us. Envy us. Envy us. Because we are whole pieces of broken. Some too shattered to care. And most of us, many of us, are just trying to put the pieces back together. Yes. Thank you.
Yes. Prentice Powell. We won't leave you hanging. Before I leave, I bring our last artist out. I'd like to tell you about some fun. Now, you all have phones and you all have the QR code scanner on your phone. We need to hear from you. We have a survey. We need to hear from you, and we need you to complete the survey before midnight, because we have a total of 4 airline tickets available from United Airlines. So in the program, complete the entire survey. We have 2 first cabin certificates valid for travel between the US 48 states, Alaska, Canada, Caribbean, Mexico, Central America, and Hawaii. 2 economy cabin certificates valid for travel between those 48 states, Alaska, Canada, Caribbean, Mexico, and Central America. All courtesy of United Airlines. Unrestricted coach class round trip vouchers valued at $1,250. So if you'd like to win, pull out your phones, scan the QR codes. Now, where are you gonna find the QR codes? The scan in order to scan with your phone. They are available at the registration desk, the bars in our Heritage Lounge, and we have volunteers. Where are the volunteers who are walking
Today's
around?
live stream is being brought to you by
with the
Clari-T
QR codes?
Media. Support the San Francisco Dreamkeeper Initiative, recognizing and investing in the diverse Black and African American communities of San Francisco with a wide range of programs to support youth, families, seniors, and members of the Black LGBTQ+ communities. Dreamkeeper San Francisco is fostering hope for generations of Black people to feel free to dream boldly. Visit dreamkeepersf.org today.
If you'd like to be a guest or suggest show ideas, drop us an email or a direct message. We'd love to hear from you. Clari-T Media, human stories, grassroots solutions. Subscribe, like, follow, and share. The Bay Area Mental Health Hour, Clari-T Conversations, and We the People. Building trust for the first time. Out of chaos comes clarity. Clari-T Media.
Rock with a few, drip lit like a spotlight. Just winning, media life spinning.
She's gonna help bring us home. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the songstress, D.D. Simon.
Hey, how you guys doing? Sometimes when I come, I like to do it rough. But we gonna do it nice and easy. It's okay. Left a good job in the city, working for the man every night and day. But I never lost 1 minute of sleep. Worry about the way things ought to be. Oh, big wheels keep on turning. Primary keep on burning. Yeah, so we're rolling, rolling, y'all.
rolling on the river, yeah. Cleaned a lot of plates in Memphis, pumped a lot of tank down in New Orleans, but I never saw the good side of the city until I hitched a ride on the riverboat Queen. Big wheels keep on turning, oh, Mary, keep on burning, yeah. Say we're rolling, y'all, yeah. Rolling on the river, yeah. Say we're rolling, y'all, yeah. Rolling on the river. Turn it up! Come on! Hey! Come on! I've been down in the city, working for the band every night and day, but I never lost a minute of sleep. Worry about the way things might be. Oh, big wheels keep on turning. Oh, Mary, keep on burning. Rolling, rolling on the river. Rolling on the river. Hey, you know. I cleaned a lot of places in Memphis, pumped a lot of tank down in New Orleans, but I never saw the good side of the city until I hitched a ride on the riverboat. Hey, big wheels keep on turning. Oh, Mary, keep on burning. I said rolling, rolling, rolling on the river. Rolling, rolling, rolling on the river. What we gonna say? Get it! And if you want to go to the river, you are going to see some people who live. You don't need no money, I'm telling you, because the people on the river already they give. Big wheels keep on turning. Oh, Mary, keep on burning. Rolling on the river. They were rolling, rolling, rolling on the river. Come on. Rolling on the river. Rolling, rolling, rolling on the river. Rolling, rolling, rolling on the river. Rolling, rolling, rolling on the river. Come on. That's what I'm talking about, San Francisco. Oh, rolling. Y'all know those steps. All right, we've come to the part where I'm just happy everybody stayed until the very end. We had a lot of great talent, heard a lot of uplifting words. Do you feel inspired? Do you feel better than you did when you first came in? Then we achieved success tonight. We want to also thank our wonderful hosts, Mayor London Breed, Honorable Malia Cohen, Supervisor Walton, DA Brooke Jenkins, and everyone, especially all of our sponsors. We got music from the world famous Russell and the mighty CJ Flash, the world famous. And we've got fabulous food and beverage sponsors. Try all their delicious food, drink all the beverages,
Have a wonderful time. Be sure to scan that QR code so we can take off in the friendly skies together. Good night. God bless.
Tune in weekdays to the Bay Area Mental Health Hour on YouTube, Instagram, and on Facebook. You'll find us covering issues surrounding your everyday coping skills and your mental health and wellness. And remember, your mental health matters as much as your physical health.
Hi, my name is Taylor. I'm the founder of Taylor J Collection. We are a women's contemporary clothing brand located right here in Oakland, California. The journey of a woman comes with many changes, and that's why we are very intentional about all of our designs and collections. We make sure to provide elevated comfort, sustainability, versatility, and of course, style. If you're in the Bay Area, come by, say hi, and take some comfy pieces home to add to your closet. Shop with us online at taylorjcollection.com.
Black woman owned. Clari-T Media.
Black people.
Today's live stream is being brought to you by Clari-T Media. Support the San Francisco Dreamkeeper Initiative, recognizing and investing in the diverse Black and African American communities of San Francisco with a wide range of programs to support youth, families, seniors, and members of the Black LGBTQ+ communities. Dreamkeeper San Francisco is fostering hope for generations of Black people to feel free to dream boldly. Visit dreamkeepersf.org today.